Stand by there, Malcontents. I'm adjusting equipment. For those of you just tuning in, we're live. We're in Seattle. Forgive me here for the jumping around on the camera. I have a piece of equipment. Gosh darn it. Totally have a piece of equipment not behaving at the moment. Things are quiet, but SPD is here. And they are up on the north end of Cal Anderson Park. And there was some police lights that were up there. And those lights right now are off. I think I have a cable that's gone bad. So what's been happening here is, hey, Joey's here. Good to see you too.
Doing your thing?
I am. Oh, what's that?
I didn't realize you were already live.
Yeah. When the lights showed up, I came over here to.
Got it. What's the clearance looking like with live streaming over here?
I don't know, right?
Okay.
So
Right.
they trust the poll, right?
Yeah.
So,
I figured that was the case.
they, because it doesn't show faces, yada yada.
Yeah,
So
yep.
I don't know what the big picture is, though.
No worries. That's helpful.
That was Joey Wiesner we were talking to. Bear with me here, Malcontents. I got a piece of equipment. Oh, did it break? Oh, you know what? Actually, it does look like it broke. All right. I did have a piece of equipment break. I know how to overcome, adapt, and improvise. Give me 1 second here. Give me 1 second here, Malcontent. And I will actually just see one other thing here to just So SPD is now on the south side of the park. And right now what they're just doing is kind of circling the park, and we've seen this done before by SPD. You're gonna have to bear with me here. I think that I've had a piece of equipment that's been really reliable for the last 6 months fail on me. Yep. All right, so all right, Malcontent, we're going to go ahead and get started. There's just nothing else I can do at this point. I will say that if somebody has a battery pack that they could loan out to me, that would be appreciated, because it appears my battery pack has failed me. One of the USB plugs on it has apparently broken, and it's not working at all. None of the plugs are working, so I have a feeling it's shorted. And that's why I've been kind of like cameras up, down, messing around and saying, hey, bear with me. So let's get started. We are live. We are in Seattle. We are at Cal Anderson Park in the Capitol Hill area. SPD right now is circling the park. They've appeared both on the north side and the south side of the park, but there really hasn't been any action. Through the morning here, more people have been showing up, and mutual aid has been out here feeding people. I would call the mood here was spirited. I would say positively spirited, and again, with people being fed and coffee and just general discussions on what's going on. But there really is an impressive set of barricades that is definitely reminiscent of, say, Red House that's been set up surrounding maybe about this. I would describe it as the center core of Cal Anderson Park. And I'm just trying to, gonna dip this. There's trees. I know he doesn't show everything. There's trees.
The fact that I think that she might be the budding and crying hoping is bad.
And so, in some of the barricades, like if you're looking, well, what are those barricades? Those are actually construction barricades. Because something that I don't think a lot of people, realize or know, there's actually a lot of construction that has been going on around Cal Anderson Park. And so those barricades you're seeing in the distance are barricades just related to that ongoing construction. Sorry about that.
Pack it up, Alex.
No ad busters or something? No, that was like very
So, Cal Anderson has had a long history of the unhomed staying in the park. And what's happened as when CHOP was formed and some unhomed came into the area.
Across the street in front of Oddfellows building. Alright? Homo is fucking with future Christmas and he just asked for some block over there for some more. Please send anybody you can.
Oddfellows, that's Rancho Bravo. Basically, it's diagonal from Rancho Bravo. So what's happened is unhomed came in here. In some cases, SPD was accused by some activists. There's a list of approximately 100 people. Well, it is 100 people. The study that was done who are collectively have had more than like 1,000 arrests. And SPD was accused by some people of taking some of those people, purposely bringing them here to Cal Anderson Park at the start of CHOP so that they could be a disruptive force. So one thing I'd like to point out is that SPD, in a way, kind of threw some gasoline onto, well, they've thrown a lot of gasoline when it's come to Cal Anderson, metaphorically speaking, to be where we're at today. The unhomed during CHOP came in and were staying in the area. That encampment shrunk as CHOP ended. There were a series of events that happened with SPD where mutual aid would set up. They would be supporting the unhomed, and SPD would just come in and arbitrarily sweep everybody out of here. And then there would be arrests and pepper spray involved with that. SPD multiple times told people, hey, you'll be able to pick up your personal belongings here. Like a one sweep, they gave people 15 minutes to get out. And they just came in and threw everybody's property in garbage trucks and dumped it. There is an area here called the Shelter House, and we tweeted about this yesterday, and the Shelter House was being used by mutual aid. And SPD would come in, clear everything out, throw all the resources out. Another independent journalist filmed where SPD had cleared everybody out, and the food that had been collected for mutual aid, SPD was literally eating that food in front of the unhomed people after the raid, which is just dystopian. There's no other word to kind of describe that kind of treatment of people. And again, they would come in and the medical supplies and the food and the clothing, they would just throw this stuff out. And then on the Shelter House, after playing whack-a-mole like this, hey, for like 3 or 4 times, then what they did is they put a fence around the Shelter House and welded all the doors shut, including preventing access to the bathrooms. And SPD at that point was like, okay, and the city parks, okay, that's done. The other thing in this story, don't forget, the city has said over and over again, the park is closed, the park is closed. Yet anybody who has come down here will see that the park is completely occupied from people in the neighborhood that are actually using and recreating in the park. People walk their dogs in the park. People play in the ball fields in the park. And we had this religious service here where over 1,000 people showed up to what I jokingly call COVID Fest 2020 here in August, where SPD said, well, we didn't have the resources to do that to deal with that despite all of the citizens' complaints. So point blank, spare us the bullshit that the park is closed. That is just a cudgel to come in as an excuse to harass the unhomed population that is here. And in locking down the shelter house in the way they did and putting in the fence and literally welding plate metal over the door frames, they essentially caused some damage to the shelter house. The unhomed came in, or activists came in, cut some of the fences, and to gain access to the bathrooms, peeled some of those metal barricades off of the doors, creating more damage. The place was undamaged and being used for the purposes it was meant for before SPD and the city parks came in and did any of this. And then here's the other part at the end of the day, and is the part that I have been talking about before CHOP, before streaming, meaning streaming out in the field, before any of this. This city spends $1 billion a year with a B. $1 billion a year on quote unquote solving the homeless problem. And the reality is nothing has been solved. And I think the question that the people of Seattle should be asking, whether you're on the political left, whether you're on the political right, whether you're a homeless advocate, or whether you think this is a lifestyle choice. Yes, I'm reading your frickin' comments. Where's the $1 billion going? Because it's sure not going to help the unhomed. Because the problem in this city isn't getting better. It's just getting worse and worse and worse. And we are on the brink, and we've put this, and I'm going to pimp the website for a minute. You know, we've had this out on the website on malcontentnews.com. There's a $2.5 trillion transfer of wealth that will start on January 4 if Congress does not take action on replacing the CARES Act or extending the CARES Act. 12 million American households are behind on rent. 6 million American households are in forbearance on their mortgages. That's 18 million households, up to 40 million people. And in some states, because evictions are handled at a state law level, so different states have different policies and procedures and different timelines. So for example, in California, the machine that will start their evictions is going to start in February. In other states, the legal paperwork, say like in Missouri and in Kentucky, the paperwork there is already being filed. Well, this is just a leftist city problem. The biggest state in the country with the most people on the brink of becoming unhomed is Florida, where 1 million people, 1 million people feel that they have no confidence that they are going to be able to pay for their housing in the next 30 days. And why is that happening in Florida? Because Florida is so dependent upon tourism. And tourism is completely gutted. And the other thing is that Florida has one of the lowest paying unemployment networks and one of the weakest safety networks or safety nets in the country. This isn't about leftist politics or rightist politics. Sorry about that. I'm dipping under tree branches. This isn't about leftist politics or rightist politics. This is about us failing as a nation. Lana, that's the right thing. That's the right question. Where is all this money going? It's the right question to be asking at this point. Red, that's a great comment. Seeing your comment there. D, that's an interesting stat. I see that. Do you have a link for that fact, D? That's a really, really fascinating fact. I know from streaming and because of COVID regulations, a lot of bathrooms are closed. And I know that from being out here sometimes for hours and hours and hours and streaming, I have been borderline in personal crisis of like, holy shit, I can't find a bathroom anywhere. What am I gonna do? If you're unhomed, right, this is your struggle every friggin' day. It's just basic needs. There is a fire, if you're hearing that siren, there's a fire station that's nearby here, and that's the sirens that you're hearing. There's one only a couple of blocks away. Christy, yeah, so, and actually, yeah, the fire truck is just going by at the moment. So Christy, SPD, what they've done is they've kind of rattled the cage a little bit. They drove around the park. They put on their lights off and on, couple little boops of the siren. And things have quieted down now. But, 45 minutes ago, there was talking, there was laughter, there was people who were happy, and that has been replaced by a palatable tension that is now in the air. And everybody is just kind of waiting at this point for whatever comes next. Yeah. This thing wasn't housekeeping conversation, Malcontent. Yeah, this thing wasn't cheap either, and because these batteries just run and run and run. But this one broke, and now this one won't charge at all. And so what I don't know, and what I want to check, Malcontent's got to do a little housekeeping here. What I just want to see is, am I charging? Yeah, I'm charging, so this did short out. You're going to be around, right? Yep. Because I want to be able to get it back to you. Yep. I'm easy to find. I really appreciate it. I'd ask you your name, but I'm on the live, so I don't want to put you on blast. I got a battery. Malcontent. So, and yeah, I've confirmed this. I had a plug break on this unit. It's still under warranty, thankfully. So, but yeah, it's not functional.
Malcontent, even you have to appreciate the absurdity of this giant barricades being built, and then just a few feet away, people doing exercises.
Yeah, it was, I was just kind of like, yeah.
They not know what's going on.
Yeah, well, and this goes to this point, right, where the city's like, oh, the park's closed, the park's closed. You can't be in the park. Well, wait a minute. What do you mean, park's closed, right? Because we see this every day here, every day.
Barricades being built, and then people doing yoga a few feet away. Very
Yeah,
strange.
yeah, it's keeping Seattle weird. So I don't know, like, if you can see this, but there are people that are exercising in the sports field. So, and the fence that you're seeing here, this fence is just part of the ballparks. This is nothing that was erected. This is just the fence that are always here. And then on the other side of the ballpark, you've got the mainstream media. And then somewhere in the area, you've got SPD that's been going back and forth. And there has always been this air of weirdness. I don't know how else to put it. So for those of you who are just tuning in, we are live. We are in Seattle. We are at Cal Anderson Park, where the Seattle Police Department and the Seattle Parks Department have been saying that they are going to remove the unhomed from Cal Anderson. And SPD of about 7:35 this morning showed up on the north side of the park. They ran police lights, did a couple little bloops of the sirens. They then showed up on the south side. And camera right now is facing on the south side of Cal Anderson. And things have quieted down again. And for right now, we're on the inside of the barricades, which is why I'm purposely keeping things pointed outward. But if you are part of the activists that are here to defend the unhomed encampment here, or if you're part of the unhomed, if you were admittedly 12 feet tall, this is the view that you would have right now. And again, in all of this, you know, and here's the other thing that I think bears being called out, right? Because people, you know, like, oh, you know, Seattle's ruined, Seattle's burned down, Seattle's wrecked and all. That's fireworks. That's fireworks. So if you've been around this long enough, you start to know like the different tones and the different sounds of things. And at this point, I could be like, oh, that's a flashbang. Oh, that's a blast ball. That was a firework. They have a very, very distinct, everything has a very distinct sound at this point. But, I mean, as you can see, there are people, Capitol Hill's residents are just here and they're just living their life, right? So this goes back to this false narrative of the right-wing media and to a certain part of the mainstream media about, you know, how Seattle is ruined and Seattle is wrecked. We ran a story on Monday that from a home buying standpoint, not from a rental standpoint, from a home buying standpoint, Seattle is predicted to be the 5th hottest housing market in the country. Now I know some people is like, well, 5th, we used to be number 1. Yeah, like 5 is a problem. So, and almost all of the cities in the top 5 are on the West Coast. The average home in Seattle that is up for sale is on the market for just 23 days, which is a hot market in real estate terms. If you're under 30 days, it's a hot market. Average home is going above 2% of listing price. Prices have increased about 7% in the last year, and that is in a pandemic and in a quote unquote down economy. Are there, again, that's a firework. And when the fireworks have been going off, there's kind of shouts that are coming out from, when I say shouts, there's people that are kind of yelling, going like, cut it out. Because it does create tension. Because there's a lot of people that have been exposed to the loud booms and they hear that and there's this unconscious association with, yeah, like I can hear some people going idiots, and I'm kind of quasi in agreement. Like I can feel my blood pressure going up. Another thing that's happening is, for instance, the city of Renton voted yesterday. There's a Red Lion hotel down there that King County has been contracting out to use as a facility for the unhomed, because one of the challenges that people are having with COVID is there has to be, you can't have these traditional shelters because the traditional shelters are hotbeds for COVID. Well, the city of Renton just voted today that they don't want the unhomed there in Renton. So you have this NIMBY issue, not in my backyard, which is a big issue here in this region. Well, Malcontent, do you want them in your backyard? Kirkland, the city of Kirkland, has had multiple unhomed encampments. Churches there have multiple unhomed encampments and outreach, and the city has reached out and embraced those unhomed encampments. And so I am happy to live in a community that actually tries to serve the unhomed as best as they possibly can. But the other thing that's happening when I talked about CARES Act, maybe about 15 minutes ago, is that state and local government, we're getting federal dollars. And don't forget, those federal dollars come from the state and the local communities. We pay that, we the people, to the federal government. It's not the federal government's money, it's our fucking money. So local and state governments have been getting money through the CARES Act to pay for additional shelter beds and homeless and accommodations. And when I say accommodations, I don't mean like in the sense sleeping accommodations. What I mean by making things better for the unhomed so that they can be separated out in a COVID safe way while getting shelter. Well, guess what else is going to end on December 31? All that money's going to go away on December 31. And so there are programs that are across the country where thousands of people that were unhomed have been having shelter to keep them protected for COVID. And they're going to be booted out of those programs in January, in the middle of winter, at the peak of this COVID infection. Where's the money? If you're a taxpayer, this is the question you should be friggin' asking. Where's the damn money? For those of you who are just tuning in, we're in Seattle, we're live, we're at Cal Anderson Park. Seattle City Parks and Seattle City Parks, Seattle Police say that they're going to do a sweep of Cal Anderson. Seattle Police came through on the edges, the perimeter of the park at around 7:35 today. And things right now are quiet. And I might have to do some dips of the camera again. I have things up very high because it shows, right? It shows more, but at the same side, it protects identities.
Okay, well then don't act like it. Then don't act like it. If you're not, then don't act like it. I want to say what I want.
What was going on?
They're just getting huffy about the steps being
He's
blocked.
like, students block our staircase.
They throw this off.
He's like, students shoot through. It's just like, what is it? No.
Yeah, you just literally go through.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm just getting huffy over nothing.
Who? Who's gonna go through here?
Just go around.
D, the number that I had heard for people at risk of being unhomed, if they, it isn't just the ending of the eviction moratorium. It's the rent becomes due. The rent is going to
I don't have no badge on. I don't have no guns. I don't have no batons on me. I'm a safety and security officer. I'm here by myself.
Oh, safety security officer.
So if
Okay.
you try to attack me or whatever, it's gonna get
Are we
worse.
attacking you?
Are we
attacking you?
We're standing over here.
What the fuck? We didn't throw shit at you. Just chill out. Walk away. God damn. Yeah.
So I don't know if you can hear everything that's kind of being yelled on both sides. There's an individual here. There are some what appear to be, they don't even appear to be sandbags. They appear to be like white trash bags that have been filled with probably some lighter material to create a very minimal barrier on the stairwell. And there's an individual that claims that they are a private security officer. Although they just look like they're dressed like any other person on the street that is upset that this stairwell is semi-blocked. One of his arguments is that students have to get to school, but the school is closed because of COVID. So anyway, that's what's going on at the moment. And activists right now are removing the barricades. So, right, something Fox News isn't going to show you. But back to what I was saying, all of that rent's going to become due. So it isn't just the moratorium ends, but say you're $5,000 behind. Well, now you're going to have to wharf up $5,000. If you didn't have the money before, you're not magically going to have the money when the eviction moratorium ends. And this is going to create, not only is this going to create potentially an unprecedented homeless crisis that this country hasn't seen, particularly in the rental market space, but additionally what that is going to, what it's already doing is that rentals, the cost of rent is going down in a lot of cities. And for small landlords, mom and pops, think of small business, right? We're not talking the big evil corporation that owns 50,000 rentals. You know, we're talking about people that bought a quadplex so that they could own a home, but maybe right, and have the passive income on the 3 units, or somebody that owns a couple of condos or a couple of houses, and that literally is their passive income in retirement. These people are being friggin' destroyed because they're not collecting any rent in some cases. They don't have the legal resources to go after people for the rent. A fair number of them don't want to go after the people for rent because they have empathy for the situation that they're in and kind of realize it's a losing battle. And they're going to lose their homes. They're going to lose their homes. And we wrote about this. It's on malcontentnews.com, and we interviewed a gentleman who is in this very place. And that's the hidden eviction crisis. Because what happens is when those homes from the small landlords, if they get foreclosed upon, the people that are inside them, guess what happens to them? They get evicted. Don't know if that's, looks like a news helicopter. There's been a large bonfire that's been lit. The bonfire that's been lit has been lit outside of the barricades. So there's a large bonfire that's been lit, and that again is lit outside of the barricades. There's a helicopter overhead. There was a firework that appears. It either was tossed into the fire or cooked off in the fire. And again, I can't, this fire that's burning here is outside of the barricades. We're gonna change locations here. Are you David?
No, I'm Alex.
Alex.
Yeah. I'm with Capital Hill Seattle.
Yeah. Nice to meet you, man.
Me too.
There are now multiple helicopters circling. So what we've done is we've moved to give you a better view of the bonfire. So for those of you who are just tuning in, we are live. We are in Seattle. We are at Cal Anderson Park. We are behind the barricades. And there was a bonfire that was lit. It was lit outside of the barricades. and you're, you know, we just saw the smoke. We came over. We've put this up on the live, and no, don't know if this was just lit for the sake of lighting of this, or
Hi.
hey,
If you got time, could you just make sure that people know that it is not the homeless people doing this?
I've already said that multiple times. I've said that multiple times. I've said it multiple times. Yeah. And just kind of saying, don't know what the.
We get a bad enough rep, and then people come here and do this shit. It's like, you know, it looks like we're doing this.
Right.
Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. That was one of the unhomed that came by that was just talking to me for a moment. And it was just, and you know, just saying, hey, can you make sure that, you know, this isn't something that the unhomed have done. And as I had pointed out, I had said multiple times, outside of the barricades, not associated with this, and not exactly sure why the bonfire was lit. It was an accident? Got it.
We'll look.
So what somebody had just told me is that this is an accidental fire.
So, may I just correct that real quick?
Yeah.
I don't want to be in your frame.
Yeah, you're not.
Okay, thanks.
Because if you're that close.
Yeah, so an unhoused person lit their tent on fire in retaliation because they didn't want their stuff to be taken by the police.
Okay.
Yeah. So it wasn't an accidental fire. It was like
a protest in a way.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're hearing it in real time as I'm hearing it. So one person saying this is accidental, another person has just come up to me and say that an unhomed person lit their tent on fire in protest of the impending sweep, in protest of their impending sweep. You've heard it, right? You've heard kind of three different versions of the story in about 90 seconds as I've stood here. And welcome to the world of live streaming and journalism. So pick the version that you want to own. I have no way to confirm nor deny any of those versions. So if you're just tuning in, we're live. We're in Seattle. We're at Cal Anderson Park. It is 8:30 in the morning. SPD and Parks said that Seattle Park said that they would be sweeping Cal Anderson of the unhomed starting at about 7:30. SPD did a couple of laps around the park. They ran their police lights on both the south side and the north side on the cruisers. Couple of bloops of the sirens. What you are seeing right now, we've heard three different versions of what we're looking at. The one thing that I think, because if I kind of go, okay, three different versions of the story, but two of the three versions line up on one thing, that this was somebody's tent. So one version of the story is this was an accidental fire, that someone accidentally set this tent on fire. The other version of the story is it was intentional, that an unhomed person set their tent on fire. In a sense, as a form of protest, because they don't want SPD taking their stuff. And now what's happening is activists are coming in right now, as you can see, and they are putting the fire out. As white smoke kind of billows over the north end of the park. I would suspect that the helicopters that initially descended on the area were news helicopters. We'll be streaming here today until 2 o'clock or until I lose battery. Where things were tense earlier, I would say that things have calmed down at this point. But I think everybody also is in a position of just kind of waiting for SPD to arrive, or the parks.
Okay. Get out of here.
If you're hearing like some, almost sounds like bullhorn announcements or chatter off in the distance, there's someone talking like on a bullhorn, but I would say that there's nothing going on there. But we are working our way over. And navigating the trees as we do it. This was a spot we were at earlier, and there was a citizen. I don't think they had anything to do with security that was complaining about it. As you can see, the steps are now cleared. So, and they were cleared by the activists here.
All that fun stuff.
He's ready, he's allowed in here. That's why he's inside and not you. Stop taking pictures. Doesn't matter.
Unless you're doing something to stop the sweep, get the fuck out.
Yeah, unless you're gonna help save this community, you shouldn't be here. Then come inside and help us rather than just take pictures. Come help out. Don't just sit there and take a photo op. Because that doesn't help anything. If you want to help, come help.
I got like 99% chance it's nothing.
I'm just dipping under some trees. That conversation wasn't directed at me. So for those of you just tuning in, we are live. We are in Seattle. Well, Carter, I think that's like a question. I think everybody just thinks like, well, they'll vanish. There was a reporter from King 5. His name escapes me. Yesterday he tweeted out a short little video clip. I believe it's his personal account. I know it's a verified account. Down by the King 5 building where there's a homeless encampment. And he was commenting about, how it's been growing. And I replied to it saying, to your point, do they hope that this is to the point, of Carter's comment of, well, do people just think that the homeless are going to vanish? And my reply to him is that, well, if he thinks, I'm paraphrasing, right? If he thinks like, oh, wow, there's a bunch of homeless people here, well, just wait until the sweep of Cal Anderson happens, because to your point, they're not just going to vanish. They're going to go somewhere else. And his reply back to me was, well, what do you propose? Serious question. And I replied back to him, the first thing I said is, well, it's kind of hard with 280 characters, but, I'll take a crack at it. Number one, we need accountability on where this $1 billion is going. That's one. Number two, we have to end a one-size-fits-all approach to homelessness, because one-size-fits-all does not work. That's number two. Number three, we can't continue to be using our jails as our mental health institutions. And number four is we need a comprehensive plan that when somebody falls into homelessness, to be really aggressive at getting those people into stable housing as quickly as possible. Because there is a ton of evidence that if somebody falls into temporary homelessness and you can get them off the streets before the first 30 days or out of sleeping in their car, the outcome is really good. If somebody is unhomed or is off and on an unstable situation for 6 months or more, the trauma, the PTSD, the mental, you get worn down. You get depressed, you get anxiety, and then people start to self-medicate. And they start to self-medicate either through alcohol, through drugs, or through checking out of society because they feel society has abandoned them. Now, 3 of those 4 things, Seattle government, King County government, Jay Inslee, 3 of those 4 things we have control over in the state of Washington. We have control over being aggressive in assisting the unhomed the moment they become unhomed. King County and Seattle, you have to be accountable and transparent with this $1 billion. We know that there's multiple failed programs. Historically, Licton Springs, low barrier housing. And Licton Springs failed in part because the private company that was supposed to be overseeing it did nothing with them. They took the check, but they didn't do anything that they promised the city that they would do. And then the third piece of this puzzle, invest at the local level in mental health and not using our jails as our mental health institutions. That's a third thing that we can address. The one we can't address is the unchecked mental health in this country. That is going to take a generation. That is going to take hundreds of billions of dollars. Well, they should just get jobs and get health insurance, and then they can go pay for their own mental health. People who are mentally ill aren't really well known for being able to hold a steady job down. And if you fall into mental illness to the point that you can't hold a job, whether that's depression, anxiety, schizophrenia, then how do you get help? And in this country, you don't get help, because if you don't have health insurance, you can't pay for it, then you don't get help. And then your mental health goes unchecked. And you don't end up in getting the help you need. You end up in jail or prison. And then the people that run those facilities, They are completely unequipped to deal with it. And the cycle just repeats. And this is something that isn't fixed in one presidential term. I'm not going to get up here and say, Joe Biden, you have to solve this in the next 4 years, because it's not anything that's going to get solved in 4 years. This is a generation. This is going to take 20 or 30 years. But I firmly believe if we made that investment as a country, 20 or 30 years from now, the benefits we would reap would be huge. I think our medical costs go down as a country. I think the amount of policing we need to do goes down as a country. I think we are a happier and more satisfied people as a country. And I think that the investment that we make now could pay massive dividends for generations to come. But we're all about instant gratification here in the United States. I don't know. I know I don't know if I packed any.
Yeah, it sounds like some pretty radical stuff.
Give me 30 seconds, and what I can do is I could just show you the page, and you can snap a picture of the...
Oh, just what's the name of it?
It's Malcontent News.
Got it. Cool, thanks.
Yeah. Clarification, this is not a bonfire, is going to fucking put it out. So once again, I would say the tension level has gone down from, say, where we were an hour ago or 45 minutes ago, and things have gotten very, very quiet. The fencing that was surrounding the shelter house is gone. And what's happened is that fencing has been moved and employed into some of the barricades that have been built. There's a couple of people that are like leaning up on the walls at the shelter house. Otherwise, I would turn and show it. Why don't you want to show people's face? They're unhomed people, and I am trying to be respectful to the unhomed. And so that's what's going on. There's a group over here. I've seen this group before. This is like a little. I think I'm at a distance. Pole cam actually creates the illusion that they're much further away than what they are. But I've seen this group of people here before. And this is like a group of people that just kind of comes to the park and like socializes. They just talk a little bit. And I think these are the Save Peeps. And I think this goes, again, I'm saying it. It's like, people are like, oh, Seattle's falling down. Seattle's this, Seattle's that. And here you go, the sad ruins of Seattle. Like, this is the part of the story that, again, you don't kind of hear or see. And it's something, as we've migrated more into a news site, and with our approval and going through the manual review with Google, and being approved as a Google News site, and some of the things that's afforded us, and that allows us to amplify the story more. And one of the things that I'm learning, and mainstream media has these challenges. I'm not necessarily defending, as a matter of fact, I'm not defending the mainstream media. What I'm doing is kind of condemning America and what they consume. And the reality is, the more salacious the headline, the more people are going to click on it. The more salacious the story, the more people are going to click on it. And we live in an era where people want that salaciousness. And I think as part of my journey, that is something we as an organization, and it's weird to kind of think of Malcontent News now as an organization, but we as an organization are going to be wrestling with these things. And so here's the reality. If you're the local affiliates or you're Fox, and this is the view that you show of Cal Anderson, the view that I'm showing you right now, does this get clicks? Does this get eyeballs? Does this get people fired up? Of course not. Because what you see is dogs and people walking in the park and a beautiful green playing field and homes and businesses and traffic and commerce. And what story is that? Here you go, America. Life is normal in Seattle. But the part that gets the clicks is this area that's maybe 3 acres, if that. Like, I don't know how many acres Cal Anderson Park is. Maybe it's 2 acres or 3 acres that is surrounded by makeshift barricades where people that have no resources, that don't have homes, that this city has abandoned. But if we villainize them and we show, look at the trash, look at the filth, that gets clicks, that gets eyeballs. And here's the other thing is, and this is the sad thing that I've learned, to the political right, it's so easy. Like, sorry, chuds, but it's true. You're like goldfish. If you use the message of fear, hate, fear, and you just sprinkle that on the top of the water, y'all come up to the top of the water like goldfish and just eat up that fish food. And y'all like to talk about how brave you are, and I know we've had this meme before of, wear a mask. I'm not afraid of anything. I am afraid of Black Lives Matter, Antifa, 5G, vaccinations, Hugo Chavez, mail-in ballots, Dominion voting systems, Nancy Pelosi, Hillary Clinton. People are going to come and take my guns, unregulated uteruses. I'm afraid of these things, but I'm not afraid. Communism. Just own it. Just own it. And you see, the political left, those messages don't work on the political left because it goes back to something I've observed in the last 6 months. Rugged individualism versus collectivism. It's about 8:50 in the morning. As you can see, Seattle is, I love joking about this, right? You can see how ruined and destroyed Seattle is. There, we'll just do a little quick turn. There are just 2 people in frame. If I suddenly turn the camera, it's because those 2 people turn around. Because I'm pretty sure they're unhomed, and I'm really trying to be respectful and not show the faces of the unhomed. But this just goes to my point, right? You just saw kind of a little corner of what it looks like on the inside. It's not even like, oh, it's all destroyed here on the inside too. Yeah. What's that? Is what rolling? Yeah. That's why I've been keeping it to the outside. Yeah. Ooh, there's music. What I may do, I may lower pole cam, and I may kind of hold it weird or keep it pointed down at the ground so I can get outside the barricades, and maybe we'll just kind of do a walk around and we'll see what we can see. And I think that's actually what we're gonna do. Hey, dude, I'm so glad to see you, man, because you know why?
What you got?
I got your cable.
Oh yeah!
I didn't forget.
Oh, yeah.
I've had it this whole friggin' time, and I know I have it. I just like, which pocket is it in?
I talked to some guy today that was like, "Hey man, I got your mask in my backyard." I'm like, "What?" He's like, "Where you got arrested, man? It's still coming." I'll give it back to you. I was like, "Man, keep it, man. It's a memorialized. Don't rush on finding it, man. We're out here. We'll be out here all day."
Yeah, I gotta. I'm here until 2, and then I gotta.
Yeah, if you get eyes on it, let me know.
There you go, man.
All right.
How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good, man. Another cord.
Bet if you bring the stick over to like the pyramid looking what's it called? You probably get a real nice angle, but like far away enough that it's like not hurting nobody.
Oh, you're talking about up over there. Yeah, what I was just saying as you guys walked up is
hey,
like,
in the future, my bad, real quick.
Yeah.
In the future, this little black.
Yeah, I'm getting ready actually to pop out on the other side. So.
Just so y'all don't gotta do all this.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Oh no, I was actually just saying, like right before you guys walked up, that I was getting ready to pop out the other side and do a walk around. I was just saying that hey, I'm going to probably point the camera down at the ground and walk out and get on the other side. So,
Crystal, the only two good streamers in Antifa. We the only ones that do it.
oh, some of the chuds just like that comment.
Oh yeah.
Bobby, I'll see you. FC, I'll see you. We'll be around. Maltifa. Yeah, Press Tifa. They call me Press Tifa. Dave Preston of quote unquote Safe Seattle.
Y'all made him wear black lives.
All right, so if you're wondering, like, hey, why is the camera pointing at the ground? It's because we're going to go walk through the exit. So we can see what we can see on the outside. And to get out the exit here, it's like a low entry. So there's no way I can keep the pole up and get through that. He's got to point down the ground because you don't show anything. No, you can't put a 12-foot pole through a 5-foot hole. I mean, I guess you could try. Here we go. Give me. Bear with me here for a second, Malcontent. All right, here we go. Hey, Omari, what's up, man?
What's up, brother?
Good to see you.
Good to see you too. How are you?
I'm good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going okay. You know, they kind of rattled cage police, 735. Couple little bloops, and I guess we heard Chris, how you doing, man? I guess his tent got lit on fire by accident or purpose. We've heard two different versions of the story, so we're like everyone else. We're just waiting to see what's next.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. I don't know if they're gonna be too
That's what
wanting to move on this.
That's what I'm kind of wondering too. After being on the other side, I don't know how eager they're going to be to want to.
Yeah, no, I don't see it. I mean, and now this is a much bigger story.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? This is a real big citywide story and everything else. So
Yeah.
we might have to come with a different approach. We still on for tomorrow?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. We'll talk about it a little later.
Do the transfer well, but then this other stuff too.
Okay.
Been streaming this and that,
Yeah.
But I read that the transfer well.
All right. I'm looking forward to it, Omari. I appreciate it. That was Omari Salisbury of Converge, and we're going to be on This Morning Update tomorrow. So we're going to be, when I say me, I say we all the time at this point, because Malcontent News is not me anymore. It is a collective we. And I'm really excited to be on This Morning Update. And we're going to have Omari on our show probably in the next couple of weeks. So, you know, Future Crystals made this suggestion. It's a pretty good suggestion. And that's, it's actually a really good suggestion. The thing is, it's pretty wet. I don't want to kill myself climbing up that pyramid. I know some people would love it. So, coming over here to the remnants of the bonfire. Sorry about that. Oh, not bonfire, tent. Remnants of the tent. And yeah, there's definitely, as you can see, there's definitely bits of molten tent there. And here's all the tent poles. So, again, we were told two different stories. You can see kind of the remnants of the pallets. People will put tents up on pallets, the unhomed, because that gets the base of the tent off the ground in the Seattle winters, because everything here is soaking wet. And it helps keep the bottom of the tent a little drier if you're part of the unhomed population. And so you can see some remnants of the pallets that were there. And I actually share Omari's view that I'm not sure at this point that after being inside the barricades, I'm not sure if Seattle police are going to come in today. Because this is not going to be... it just doesn't come across to me as something that is just going to be like, boom, we're going to sweep a homeless encampment. This has become... I think Omari's put it perfectly. I think this has become a much, much bigger story at this point. So there's a funny story about this water fountain. Yeah, you're not going to see much from here. Even if I get up there, the problem is that this building at the reflecting pool is in the way.
The article is only a year or so old. I'm planning on writing a piece after.
Road closed barricades have been there. I think at this point, I still have my headlamp on that I had from this morning. I just realized that. And I think at this point, I could take it off. If I get quiet, or if you just see the camera is just pointing off in some random, well, it's not some random direction at this point, but I'm live tweeting at the same time. And so every now and then, if you're just like, why are we just looking at this? It's because I'm walking and chewing bubble gum. So I'm going to need to cross the park the other way. Joey, what's up? Good to see you too, man. I'm just trying. Oh my goodness.
What's up?
Christina, how you
Did you not notice?
I didn't notice.
My
No.
block is good, huh?
Your block is very good. Somebody was commenting. It's like, you see, they made you block up, and I'm like, no, it's just freaking cold, and this keeps my ears warm.
Yeah.
That's why this is on over my head. It's cold.
Yeah, it is. I don't think so.
Omari and I were just talking about that, right? I think they may have just seen all this and gone, oh, I think we have to rethink our strategy. Because coming in with batons and blast balls is probably not going to work out well today.
Yeah, especially with all the mainstream media over there. They don't want people seeing them.
Yeah, exactly.
Stonewall 2.0. I mean, people with their bricks in wheelbarrows, like, is it barrel or barrow? I don't know.
Isn't it barrel?
Barrow? I thought it was barrow. B-A, barrow? I don't know.
Wheelbarrow?
Barrow.
Barrow?
Yeah.
So it's not wheelbarrow?
No.
What?
I apologize. That was very controversial.
I thought croutons were
Don't do this to me. No.
what are those?
No.
The crescents? No, yeah. I thought those were croutons. I thought they were called until I was like 17 years old. So like, these are croutons. Like, oh shit.
Anyway, I'm walking across to go see if I can see anything, but I'm kind of, I think that's the growing feeling, is that.
That was my feeling at 7:15 when I set foot on the ground.
That's when I showed up.
Like 30 of them, and I was like getting excited. I'm like, oh shit, it's happening.
Yeah. Yeah, when I first showed up and I got inside, I went to park, because what I wanted to do was park along here, because with the pole, I can get up over the berm if I stand on the top, and then I can see what's going on, right? Because normally they throw us out, and then because of this hill, they make us all congregate down there, including the mainstream media, and then we can't see shit. And then I couldn't drive over there because it was all blocked. And I was like, okay, I heard there were barricades, but like, wow, this is like Red House, right?
I haven't even seen all the barricades with you guys. I haven't even been around.
Go walk in.
Yeah, everybody.
You know the drill. Just be respectful and stuff. But yeah, just go walk in.
Okay, I'll walk with you.
Let's go.
All right, Marilyn, how are you? Joey, I'll see you. So, I mean, you're hearing it as it's happening, right? There's this growing feeling kind of by everybody that SPD kind of showed up this morning. We were inside the barricades when they made their appearance at about 7:35. And so what, we knew there were police cars and all, and because they had their lights on, they blew up their sirens a little bit. But I couldn't get a count. We couldn't get eyes on the number of vehicles.
I feel like healthcare workers have to.
But it appears at this point that, everyone's kind of wondering if they're going to show up at all. And, to this point that I was saying earlier about the amount of construction that is going on here. So we're on let me get my bearings here. North, south. This is east. The east side of Cal Anderson. At the start of all of this in June, this construction wasn't here. But it's so terrible, it's so awful. And Seattle is dying, yet here we are. We have new construction right across the street, and this wasn't here when all of this started. I don't know if you can see this. This is, again, right across Cal Anderson Park. And here you see BLM in the windows of this condo, you know, because this is part of the other narrative. It's, oh, the city doesn't support any of this, and the city doesn't support Black Lives Matter anymore. Well, here you have Black Lives Matter in the window of this condo, and, well, they don't have to deal with it. Really? Well, let me turn around. Because there you go. That's 180 degrees. That's what they see outside that window. So don't tell me there isn't community support. Are some people in the community frustrated? Absolutely. You know, am I on the record of not fully agreeing with the tactics employed by some of the activists and by ENDD? Absolutely. I don't agree with everything that's been done, and I've said that many times, and they know that. Am I for equity, equality, basic human rights for American citizens, and what is supposed to be the richest nation in the world? A nation that likes to break its own arm off, patting itself on the back of how great we are? Damn straight. That I fully support. And I really can't understand why people wouldn't support it. So for those of you who are just tuning in, we're live. We're in Seattle. We're now right on the edge of Cal Anderson Park. We had been inside the barricades. I got here at about 6:45 this morning, and got here at about 6:45 this morning, and oh my God, there's coffee. Hi there.
Anybody need a cup of coffee? I guess the coffee I need done with.
What's that? I'm sorry?
Anybody need a cup of coffee?
Well, I know there's coffee over there. You could probably just ask anybody here about if you want to give coffee. I know they would happily take it. So that's a woman here who lives in the neighborhood, and she is bringing over coffee. And again, I'm in one of these he's not showing anything. I'm just trying to take a picture or something at the moment, so that's why I'm multitasking and multi-platform. So for those of you who are just tuning in, we are live. We're in Seattle, right on the edge of Cal Anderson Park. We've been streaming since about 7:35. Hey, hey. The number of people that are here continue to grow. Mainstream media has been set up over at the corner by Rancho Bravo. They were already here when I arrived. I got here at about 6:40 this morning. I'm gonna move away from the music. It's interesting, different channels have different sensitivities on the music playing, and there are some licensing companies that are just complete and total bastards. Particularly on the YouTube channels. So that music that's playing is moving away from me, so I'm just gonna hover here. All right, we're gonna go ahead and move back up here. This intersection has been a constant flashpoint since June 1. What's really interesting is that no one has ever really been able within the city of Seattle to provide an explanation on why, back on June 1, they barricaded here and did not allow protesters to advance any further. That right up there is the East Precinct building for the Seattle Police Department. You know, I haven't said this yet this morning, and I've been streaming since 7:30. And so, if you could spam those hearts, on the Facebook and on Periscope, and let our mods and admins know that you really appreciate all of the hard work that they are doing. That is how they get paid. They are paid in hearts. If you're watching on Twitch, what you could just do on Twitch is, just maybe make a comment with a big stream of hearts, and they can see what's going on over there. And please show your support for our mods and admins. There is a general growing belief that nothing is going to happen today. The general growing belief is that SPD came with the intent at 7:35, roughly is when they showed up lights on, to go ahead and institute a sweep. I had not been up here prior. And when I came up here this morning, if you didn't catch the conversation I had with Joey, there's a spot. What happens is when SPD has done previous homeless sweeps, what has happened is they have moved the independent journalists and the media over to the west side of Cal Anderson. And Cal Anderson rises up on this berm on that west side. So what happens is, if you're on that west side, you can't see what's going on. and what SPD is doing on that side. Which is one of the reasons that I like having pole cam, because I can extend 16 feet, hold it up another 5 feet, get 21 feet up, and then you can actually see what's going on. So I went to park on that side purposely so that I could have that opportunity to move there and have that view. And I couldn't because of the barricades that were set up. And as I kind of started walking around, I know that I had this moment of, wow, this is really feels like Red House based on what I saw. I wasn't there. Renee, our field producer, was down there, and I saw the pictures, and I've talked to her, and I've heard her stories, and we've had a chat. And she highlighted there and it has a similar feel here. And then what I'm doing is I'm just walking away from the music, because on Facebook in particular, on YouTube in particular, there's a couple of record labels, and they are just total bastards. Well, I'm actually going to walk the other way with the music, because they are actually walking the same way. So, and this actually works out well, because I can go this way instead. And so, the intersection at 11th and Pine, which leads into Cal Anderson, has been blocked. And there is an elaborate setup with barricades that have been built. And I think it's a real valid question. Did SPD show up here thinking, oh, this will be a homeless suite? And now are they rethinking tactics, or are they just gonna say, yeah, not today? I believe that it's dark here by 4:30, and it's supposed to be pissing down rain this afternoon. So I think, oh, there's a happy dog, puppers. So I think that if we get to, say, 2 o'clock-ish and nothing's happened, I just don't think anything's going to happen at that point. So right now, things are really quiet. And as you can see, oh my God, there's a bulldog. My affinity for bulldogs knows no boundaries. It looks like a bulldog. It's cobby like a bulldog. Oh, no, I'm not so sure it's a bulldog. It's moving awful fast for a bulldog. Oh no, I think it's a bulldog. Words cannot describe how much I love squished face dogs. Oh yeah. Holy smokes. So that bulldog is chasing a ball. Looks like it's like I can't find my ball. We now moved to pupper cam at Cal Anderson. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, wait, there you go. He found his mall. Not quite as enthusiastic on the run back. But, you know, here we are in the middle of the ball fields of Cal Anderson. And you can kind of have a decent view, nice wide angle pole cam view of what I've started calling on Twitter Fort Cal Anderson. That bulldog's all worn out. Could just hear a But for right now, things are really quiet. So if you're just tuning in, what's happened, we're live. We're in Seattle. We're in Cal Anderson Park. There are people here in Cal Anderson that just live in the community and are playing with their dogs and exercising, as you see all the time. Reminder, City of Seattle constantly saying this park is closed, yet at any given moment you can see plenty of people in this park outside of the unhomed community that are just doing park things. And the city has never enforced it. They just do selective enforcement. Don't forget, the city ignored 1,000 Christians in here, unmasked at a COVID crisis, singing and getting baptized in some real sketchy looking water. I have nothing against Christianity. I have nothing against baptism. And I did eat my donuts this morning in honor of Hanukkah. Yes, I identify as Jewish, but I always say I'm a terrible Jew and bad Jew. Sorry, Rabbi Chaim. Rabbi Chaim, we love him to death. He really is a wonderful, wonderful man. But yeah, we're terrible Jews. You know, you could probably see, oh my God, I had no idea a bulldog could move that fast. I don't know if you just could hear in the background I had no idea that a bulldog could move that fast. What I was showing is, here we have another BLM mural up in the windows. Again, Fox News, right-wing news, President Trump, his cronies. I saw the ridiculous Crenshaw video where he's going to be going down to Georgia on December 21st to help campaign. Of course, Crenshaw is the same guy that's fanning the flames on the people that are saying, don't vote in the Georgia senator election because it's rigged anyway and our people can't win. So pick a lane, Crenshaw. But these are the people, there's no support for this. There's no support. There's BLM signs in the buildings all around here. This has been going on for 6 months. Now, are there people here in the neighborhood that want this done? Absolutely. Not saying that doesn't exist, but to sit here and to say there's no support, people are done, blah blah blah. Right? It's just not true. Oh, here it comes, bumper cam. gonna go ahead and move again. I don't think I'm being followed or anything. I don't think there's anything intentional with the music. Again, the problem is, particularly on YouTube, there's a couple of music labels that are just total bastards on this. It just creates a lot of paperwork for us, in doing the appeals. And going, no, it's a news program and it's not substantive for listening to your musical product, and it is only a tiny sample of it and it doesn't diminish in any way. So right now we're at Cal Anderson and we're watching a bulldog enthusiastically chase a ball. And there he goes. That is a bulldog moving that fast. I had no idea that a bulldog could move this quick. And he loves this ball. Well, hello there. How are you? Hello, puppers. I just had this random pupper just walk up to me.
Hey, who are you with?
Malcontent News.
That's a private.
Yep. Yeah.
Not like a local network.
No.
The people that go around. I try to tell them that you're not with a local network. You're more with because people privately do their own.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
You go on Twitter and post it.
Yep. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Where are you from here?
Yeah. Well, not like
Yes.
Capitol Hill, but yes.
I think we ran into him before.
You probably talk. I've been coming out here for months. A lot of people know the poll at this point.
Okay. What is it? What is it again?
Malcontent News. Malcontent. Yes. Malcontent News.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
You think they're gonna come today?
We've all been talking, and we think that they kind of showed up this morning and went, yeah, no. That's what we think.
It's only going to build and build. They better just come in and try to handle it.
And the other thing that I would say is, I think if we get to about 2 o'clock, because it's dark by 4:15. So I think if you get by 2 o'clock, I just don't see it happening today. And that's my opinion. I don't know anything. Yeah, exactly.
Hey. They did that before.
Well, that's the other thing, right? Is that's. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Malcontent.
Yo.
I'm Baby Jessica.
Hey.
Remember we spoke about Baby Jessica? I was telling you about live streaming being the next CNN.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't need a grip or anything?
No, I'm good, man. I'm good.
You're a lone wolf.
Don't use that term.
No, you know, you used to wear lone wolf.
That's CJ. Okay. That's CJ. Yeah.
He's Rorschach test, CJ.
Yeah.
Sometimes I think people are a little too harsh on him. For me personally, he captured video of SPD arresting me, which helped a lot. So
Right.
But I mean, I appreciate all the live streamers.
He's a controversial character. That's certainly
kind of clout chasing. I mean, there's a difference between what you do and kind of what he does, I feel. Plus, I mean, it's really important that this stays about the community in Seattle, and he's trying to go like national.
Right.
I don't give a fuck about Mitch McConnell or.
Well, admittedly, we cover that stuff, right? I mean, I was talking about that earlier because I think actually Mitch McConnell in some way plays into this, right? Because if the CARES Act isn't extended or replaced, you're going to have millions of more people that will be unhomed. And he's the key. He is the key to compromise. And so I think in some ways.
But the city could do a lot of things, and we don't.
Oh, totally.
Without you don't need federal.
Totally.
approval.
Well, the city spends $1 billion a year, and here you go. This is the result, right? And the result is nothing. So.
Well, if you think about what CHOP did, they handled this neighborhood for free. I mean, this neighborhood was doing fine during CHOP, in my opinion.
Right.
I mean, you had most of the things that bad, I think, were saboteurs from SPD, King County gang units, things like that. They were trying. You know, Lenin has that famous quote: "Look to who benefits."
Yeah.
Who benefited from those murders in CHOP.
Right.
The most. SPD.
Right.
Gave them reason for doing what they did on July 1st. Because I mean, you think about this area was just activated, like art. Think about all the art that immediately, you know, that black.
Oh, totally. Totally.
You would have had to spend thousands on permits and the Seattle process to build a mural, and it was done overnight. You had a farm grown literally overnight once CHOP had. You
Right.
had unhoused people psychologically improved because they weren't scared of police anymore.
Right. No, yeah, absolutely. Anyway, I gotta get back to my thing.
What are you doing, man?
Well, I'm streaming right now, but I'm not. But
I think you're the marquee on Seattle Protest Network, I guess.
Oh, really? I have no idea, right? So.
Yeah, maybe you even need someone just to hold that stick.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, I still respect that Labor Day SPOG rally, man. I don't know how you did it.
Hey there, buddy.
Inspiration for me too, because like sometimes I wish I could do more, but at my stage in life, I can't. I got other things going on.
Right.
And I'm like, you know what? Just maybe if I take care of my shit and live a long life like Malcontent.
Well, I still have to eat at the end of the day.
Yeah, no, and that's the funny thing. It's like, the chud comeback is always get a job, and it's like almost everyone I meet out here has a job.
Right.
They're basically doing this pro bono for their other job.
Right. Yeah, that's a really good way to put it, especially the pro bono part.
Yeah. It just shows you people want to help each other.
This dog is just, I had no idea a bulldog could move this fast.
Yeah, I go back and forth. I mean, to me, it's like, yeah, let's see them crack down on dogs without leashes like they do on people sleeping in the park.
Oh, well, and we have, and that's actually what I'm just tweeting out, right? It's a multiple, there's multiple things going on here when you look at this, right? The park is closed, and yet here are people that are just using the park. So it's like, well, I guess the park isn't closed, it's only selectively closed.
Yeah, it's selective enforcement. That's the name of the game.
Right. So
I ride the bus all the time. I never see the cops enforce. People are supposed to yield to buses. I never see cars do that, and I never see that enforced.
Right.
I was just gonna say, for your street, does your audience know that SPD was founded? I mean, to me, it's somewhat funny. Like the founding of SPD in, I think, 1869. Their first order of business was to kick out people living in tents, the indigenous people,
right.
in city limits.
Right.
Can you imagine that? The Duwamish people were friendly. They kicked out, they helped the Denny Party, all those settlers. And then once the city kind of, started growing, one of their first actions was to start a police department.
Yeah, but this is our history as a nation. And I think we would be in a better place as a country if we would just look to our past and admit everything that we've done wrong and reconcile it. We have never done it. And other countries that have gone through reconciliation, their societies have benefited from that. It isn't an issue of your white fragility, of, well, you're just an awful human being because somebody that you didn't even know did all this stuff. It's, you were taught a false narrative. You were taught this message of superiority that isn't true. And you have to embrace and admit this, because when you embrace it and admit it, you just simply become a better person. And what's wrong with becoming a better person?
Yeah, I mean, I've had to reconcile that. Even though my parents were liberals, they've never voted for a Republican in their life, but in some ways I feel they were somewhat white supremacists too. I never heard them talk about indigenous people.
Right.
I never heard them take an interest or talk to me about, this land used to belong to other people. And it's like, you get it. I mean, most Jews don't have any animosity towards Germany anymore.
Right.
Because they reconciled what they did. They built monuments about the Holocaust. They paid reparations to Jews and survivors.
Right.
And like somehow this country, it's never too late to reconcile.
Right. And reconciliation isn't about, well, your ancestor 4 generations did this, so we're going to punish you for it. It's not about punishment.
Yeah.
It's just about, we did terrible things. We have to admit the terrible things that we've done. right? Look, Wounded Knee happened only 122 years ago, which isn't all that long ago in the big scheme of things. And there is still no valid monument there. It is essentially a small graveyard. There's a small marker in there with a white picket fence. See, and this is a great example.
And
so
I consider myself woke.
all right, so Wounded Knee. So first of all, the Sioux, I learned this because I spent some time on Pine Ridge Innovation. They'll use the name Sioux because it's easier than listing off all of the tribes. Sioux is a Chippewa word that basically means lower than snakes. So it's a slur. And so there was one person years ago that got in my face. I don't even know what it's about. And he's like, and I'm a Sioux warrior. And I knew immediately it was BS because they would never use the word Sioux. They would refer to them as Lakota, Dakota, Nakota, Ogallala, Rosebud, Arapaho. In 1898, in the final days, what was left of the free Native Americans of those tribes went to this location, which is now referred to as Wounded Knee, to do a ghost dance. What they believed is they could have their spiritual ancestors rise from the dead to save their people from they were already past genocide at this point. Now it's total annihilation. Rumors and fear. Troops came in, massacred them. Mostly old men, women, and children, because most of the men had already been killed off through almost 100 years of hostility. And forget Wounded Knee. Go explore what happened in the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation in 1972. Don't hold me to the year. It's 72 where there's a military standoff there. Machine gun fire, tanks, people killed. And the leaders of Pine Ridge going to the United Nations appealing for help. But because of the way the United Nations are set up, and several nations have veto power, Russia was one that Stalin was someone, I just learned that Stalin was the one that pushed for this, because without it, he said they weren't going to participate in the United Nations. And so, of course, the United States is like, you're not going to recognize them as a nation. And nothing has ever been done there. Another name to look up is Leonard Pelletier. Go ahead and look. Still in prison. He will die in prison. He is accused of murdering 2 FBI agents. Well, beyond accused, he's been convicted of it. There is a mountain of evidence that Leonard Pelletier had nothing to do with it and was framed, but he was an activist supporting those people during the 1970s, which was a very violent time in that era. He has been up for pardons by multiple presidents, multiple times. It has been denied across the board, but that's another one if you want some homework. And with that, I need to wander. It was nice talking to you. Yeah.
Hey, and Jeff Nelson's still getting paid by the class.
I know, we put that up yesterday. Yes. Anyway, we're just talking to an individual that's come by. We've talked before in the past. But yeah, the stuff that I was talking about on Pine Ridge. I want to say it's 1972. Don't hold me to that. I know it's in the early 70s. Maybe it's later than 72. Because the Watergate investigation was just kind of starting at the same time. And it's believed that the situation got out of hand there in part because Nixon was so distracted with dealing with Watergate. So it actually may be a little later than 1972. And yeah, if you want to do some reading, again, Leonard Pelletier, and read about his story.
Looking good.
What's up, Ed? I want to thank, I see that we're picking up like a ton of new followers today. And I just want to thank everybody who is following, liking, and subscribing. It's one of the easiest ways to help us grow. And it's a free way to help us grow. And when you like, follow, subscribe, it just helps turn the volume up, metaphorically speaking, for the BIPOC community and the LGBTQIA community that we support. So right now, what's happening is things are quiet. I'm just dipping the camera down because of trees. You know, I'll go ahead and I'll call off some of the socials right now. We're on Twitter at Malcontentment T. We're on Periscope on Malcontentment T. We're on Facebook on Malcontentment. We're on YouTube as Malcontentment Tango. We're on Instagram as Malcontentment Tango. We're on Twitch as Malcontentment Tango. Our website is malcontentnews.com. Malcontentment.com will also get you there. If you go to malcontentnews.tv, that'll get you to our Twitch. Ooh. It's the I Had a Dream speech that someone's playing.
What's going on?
What's up?
Just chilling out.
Basically.
We're gonna go live. We're gonna go live here in a little bit.
Yeah, you guys are right. Are you gonna do this morning update outside, or yeah, that's what I figured.
Yeah, might as well. I really dug in there, man.
After going through there, I think SPD showed up this morning and went, okay, we got to rethink this.
Yeah.
That's.
How's it like? What's it like? Like you were in there. So
Yeah.
What does it look like? They have double barriers a lot of places.
Yeah.
When I saw it from the outside, I mean, there's still some. I mean, there's some weak points there where they can get in. That's not the thing. Is like, how are you? You know, like, it's unsafe for them to go in there because they're basically trapped. They're corralled. So
Yeah.
Please get in there. It's just unsafe. For
You're not. It's going to be hard to maneuver in there.
Yeah.
If you're coming in. I say this, I'm on the live, right? And you know the chuds are just going to focus on if I say the wrong words, right? If you're coming in and you're just talking basic tactics, I'm not picking a side, I'm just basic tactics.
Yeah.
And you don't know the lay of the land, it's going to be really hard for you to move around in there.
I saw you trying to even get out. And I was like,
well, yeah, like when I was like, where the frig's the exit here? I can't quite remember where it's at. You know, when there's just a couple of very small entry and exit points, there are multiple entry and exit points. And so because again, the chuds are just going to grab on. What if there's a fire? There's ways to get in and out, people, if there's a friggin' fire, okay? What if there's an earthquake? They're outside. You know, the what ifism just drives me nuts in the comments. But they're dug in. I mean, on Twitter, I've been it's meant as a joke. I'm calling it Fort Cal Anderson on Twitter.
Fort Chop.
You know, this is Fort Pork Chop over here. I know that was like the unofficial name for months, and that's Fort Cal Anderson over here now. I would say by 2 o'clock, if they're not here, they're not coming today because it's dark at 4:15.
I mean, they're not going to come today at all, though.
No.
So they got a week or whatever until a week from the posted notice. Is that right? So they can come anytime after that 7:30 a.m. today. They're not. I don't see them coming.
I don't see them coming. I think they're going to have to negotiate. They're going to have to negotiate. They're too dug in, and they're just going to dig in more. They're in a sense, my view, strictly my opinion, SPD is kind of already lost because by the fact they haven't shown up, you're just going to get more people coming up here.
There's no good. I'm saying there's no optical good outcome.
No. Because because if they try to come at this point, the outcome is going to be tear gas and pepper spray and blast balls, and it's going to be, it's just not going to play well. And the mainstream media is all over the story, so it's going to play on those cameras.
I haven't checked the mainstream media yet.
You worried about Durkin now, having said she's had nothing to lose now? She doesn't care.
Well, I think she still has to care about whatever legacy she's going to leave behind.
Yeah, maybe. I just worry she might be unhinged and indebted.
I mean, certainly one thing that is no longer a factor in this is, well, what's her... You use the word unhinged. I won't use the word unhinged as much as I want to use it. With Trump and his administration and whatever he's going to blast out on a tweet is irrelevant at this point. So that doesn't play into any of this either. And it's not an issue of win or lose. And that's, what I'm saying, SPD's already lost. We spend $1 billion a year on this city, on the unhomed. And this shouldn't be happening, period. Where's the money going?
Yeah, where's the money going?
Where's the money?
City this rich and this smart.
It's $85,000 per unhomed person.
It's an emergency, it's a crisis. When it was Katrina happened, they opened up the Superdome. My question is, why don't they open up T-Mobile Park? How many people could live there? And just in the concourse area, not even on the field. Like, you could house so many
especially with
there.
COVID and stuff too.
Right. I mean,
There's medical tents down there.
There's options. We just don't have the will.
Well, we have the will to spend $2 billion to build ballroom space for the convention center. How do you find $2 billion to build?
When I read about that $100 million bailout there,
What are you going to use, man? There's so many virtual events now. I know we're going to use
totally.
it.
I mean, Bill Gates said when this is over, corporate travel is going to be down 50%. It's never coming back. There's no need. Everyone's figured it out.
It was just money those companies are saving now.
Exactly, and you really
paying for their own electricity, their own Wi-Fi. Yeah, they're not even using their own facilities.
Right.
They don't have to, I've been in some of those really cool offices downtown, man. They got full kitchenettes filled with food. They ain't got to pay for that stuff.
Right. And so, what are the accountants in these Fortune 500s going to say? Hey, we want to fly 500 of our employees, right, to this event in Cleveland, and we want to have a 500 square foot booth and breakout rooms. And the accountants are going to look at them 2 years from now and go, you don't need this.
$10,000 would be 10 by 10 square.
Yeah.
That's by chance that people are going to stop by here. That's by chance people are going to come. No one's going to risk that. Maybe 5 years from now. So I work in the festival industry. She's dead.
Well, I'm video production and this.
They're planning for it right now. I mean, I've got a couple emails, but it's not going to happen.
We're video production and marketing, and this slowdown. This was a knee to the groin in mid-November for us. This was.
Yeah, we'll see about live music.
Oh, there's nothing. There's nothing.
The martial law bands, they're finding a way to do it. I think he's coming back today. He's in LA.
We need some martial law. I'm going to put this on blast.
He's coming back today.
Is he coming back today? We need some martial law band here. Let's get that out on blast.
The night the shop started, he's performing right down there. That was like the greatest.
For those of you who wonder, we're here with Bobby Stills and Chris Rojas. Yeah, they can't see you actually. Well, here, if I go like that, I got to come back and down. And Omari's just over the corner there. But we're here with Converge. Buy a hoodie. Buy a Converge hoodie.
Tune in. 11 a.m.
Malcontent.
All right. Hey, I'll check in with you. Hey, let's tap in before. Did you type up that stuff? I'll get it done. Yes, sir. I'll have it done by Thursday. What is today? Tuesday?
Wednesday.
Oh, snap. I'll have it done by tomorrow. For our meeting. We got 4 minutes. I'm gonna go over there to, I'll walk over there with you, and then, hey, you come to my house with me? I'm gonna go walk with him to Petty Rosa, and then, hey, you over at my house with the stuff. Here it is. All right.
Later. So, to kind of continue on what I was talking about earlier, on, this wire, I got to dip under this wire. That's a wire that always trips me up. When, what I was talking about was, what I think is going to happen, next year. And, I cautiously, I don't think it's an issue of win-loss. I think a better way to put this is that Seattle Parks and Seattle Police are kind of now in a untenable position. And what I mean by that is, if the view was this was going to be another homeless sweep, as has happened in Cal Anderson over and over and over again, the erection of, he said erection. Shut up, Beavis. The erection of the barricades has changed the game. And what's going to happen, in my view, is more people are going to show up, not less. And I don't see SPD or city parks having a blunt force option here. And what I mean by blunt force is, just coming in with, a line of police and saying, everybody out, and a little pepper spray, and maybe some blast balls, and some handcuffs. It's gone past that. And what's interesting is there seems to be an adoption of this strategy that happened in Red House in Portland here. And I think what we're going to start seeing is the adoption of this tactic appearing in other places. And I think what will happen is that more people are going to be showing up. And I think the fortifications will continue to get, I say fortifications really loosely, because I know people are going, he said there's fortifications. I don't know what the better word is, right? It's a loaded word. Barricades. And we saw at Red House in Portland on Mississippi that Mississippi Street, when I say Mississippi, not the state, if you're not familiar with Red House, we saw really elaborate barricades, and I'll use the word fortification, that were set up there. And you can see that there are areas here where defensively things are soft in spots. Anybody could come up here and walk around and just see that for themselves. But on the flip side of that, there is definitely more to come. And so I just don't think SPD is going to come today. I really don't. I mean, I'll stick out here like 1:30 or 2. That's kind of my plan. But I just don't see it. Why don't you show us something? There isn't a whole lot to show. I'm in one of these, I'm in like FOMO, fear of missing out. I'm totally in FOMO right now. Reason the camera's down is tree. He's not showing things. No, what I'm not showing is me crashing into a tree. When I say FOMO, there's a part of me that's like, you know, if I just stop the stream for a little bit, and that's when SPD is going to roll in, and that's not like SPD is watching my stream. I'm paranoid. It's just total FOMO. Oh my God, it smells so good. There's like smoked meat, barbecue smells. This side of things, I'm just trying to be, there are times I was like, I don't just show things. There's sometimes in situations there's people who are unhomed, and I don't want to get too close and be respectful out of that for them. But this is a mutual aid station, free clothes, free food, free coffee. I would kill for a cup of coffee, but then I'll need a bathroom. There's no bathrooms around here. And I would just kill for a cup of coffee. Free food, free clothing, free drinks, mental health support. And these are some of the facilities that SPD, when they've done their raids in here against the unhomed, they've come in and just taken all this stuff and thrown it all out. Medical supplies, food, coffee, clothing. And in one case, they took the food and were eating it in front of the unhomed people that they had just kicked out, which is just dystopian. So I'm walking northbound on the east side of Cal Anderson on 11th, I think I'm on 11th. And I think what I'm going to do is I think we're going to dip the camera and we're going to go back in. And I have the, wow. I have to, oh no, forget that. It's not forget that on going back in. I could just see where a bunch of people have slipped. That area was really muddy. I have the camera pointing at the ground. Showed this early on the stream. There's a picture on Twitter. One of the entry points here is really tight and narrow. And as I squeeze through, it actually feels like it got even a little more tight. So, there's some people that are coming in and out, and I don't want to catch them on camera. So, I'd shown this earlier, but That's one of the entry. This is kind of the main entry and exit point.
Hopefully, I'm not.
And so we're back inside the barricades. And what I'm going to do is raise the camera up. Oh, that's awesome. There you go. There's some soup for your family. It actually says for your fam on there. That's fantastic. Whoops. I'm adjusting the length of the pole. That's what's going on. It's live video production. I had heard about these. I hadn't seen them. Oh, this is fantastic. I'm putting it on the Twitter. You're gonna have to go to you'll have to go to the Twitter to see this. Anyway, you'll have to see the picture. It's up on the Twitter. You can find us on Twitter at Malcontentment T. There seems to be some, this has been a little bit of a flashpoint over here by the stairs on the west side of the park by Nagley. And I hear kind of some yelling and antagonists that are going on over there. So we're gonna head on over there and see what's what. I think that's patented. I think it's patented, using umbrellas.
Yeah. What are you recording? What's the point? What's the point? Fuck you! We're not here for your entertainment! Y'all look like you got hands to help! We're citizens! Film your goddamn mama, not us! Yeah! Off the top, where you going? Where you go, Jim Crow?
He said we can make it some trauma porn. Yeah, he making it all right. Suck that ass. Suck that ass. Oh, excuse me.
Remember to help your communities.
Why don't you help the community that you're fucking filming?
Oh, pray that it's your daughter, your son, pray that it's your family out here tomorrow. Pray that your child that gets there. Pray your house don't burn tonight. Pray your family doesn't die and leave you alone. Pray you don't play your ass out here with us. Pray that your God loves you more than he does us.
Y'all, I hope you know we're standing on the wrong fucking side of history. Ain't
What
none
are
of
you
y'all
staring
fucking
at?
to stop
Human
this.
being!
Y'all are just as bad as the motherfuckers in the shitty Nazi Germany. All y'all not doing shit.
You goddamn Nazi
You are doing
bastard!
everything to contribute to fucking fascism by just standing there.
You fascist freaks!
You guys are no better than the fascist fucks shooting us in the fucking street.
Amen! Shit like you's a goddamn problem!
blood
on your hands when you exploit them!
I'm about to go jump that nigga.
Good thing we see a face for what it is!
Yeah.
Hope that gets you the goddamn Pulitzer, bitch! Shit! That's bullshit! Who's fucking taking you
Think who they're with?
No, no idea.
Comrade with the umbrella duck! Comrade with the umbrella! Duck!
You said duck!
Oh!
Are you feeling insecure? Maybe stop recording, you fuck!
Your camera's a literal cop! Just stop recording!
It's okay to admit defeat.
You can just leave!
It's okay to admit that you're an asshole! We all know!
Go home.
So what's happening for those of you tuning in? There's a small group of people. We don't know if I don't know if they're streamers. I'm going to presume that they're right-wing journalists, alt-right journalists. I really do try to refer to all streamers as journalists. The Associated Press, USA Today, has adopted to referring to streamers as journalists or citizen journalists. And so I think that's worth doing.
Fuck you!
So if you saw something thrown, it wasn't thrown actually from here, but was well, that third one was. The other one is being thrown by an individual who is outside of the barricades and not with this group. So what's going on? There's a group of what I would assume are right-wing citizen journalists that are taking some pictures. They're kind of there's a little yelling back and forth that's going on. You know, it's a pretty, that's a pretty elaborate camera up there. I don't know if that's somebody MSM that's filming up there. So what I don't. Yeah, what I'm dealing with, if you see me like, no, it's not, I'm turning the camera. I got a little bit of FOMO going on. As you can see, most of them up on the top there have now left. So this story's kind of played out. So you're not sure. It's kind of over. There's really not much here to show. So, tree. See what I mean? You're on show stuff. Got to dip the camera. You're trying to hide things. No, I don't want to hit trees. I've hit one power line. That got the blood pressure up. Got the blood pressure up in the sense, wow, this is a really, here you go. This is a kind of a unique opportunity right now because there's nobody in this shot. So I can at least provide just a little bit inside of what's going on. There's nobody in this shot. Most people are on the west or east side right now. And a little bit on the north side. But most people are on the west and east side. And this building here that's in front of me is this shelter house. And one of the things that I'm noticing on the shelter house is that they're yelling back there again. I may return, but I'm going to stick here for a minute. And you're like, no, you need to go back. In a sense, I've been waiting for this shot for 3 hours. And so, this is kind of this opportunity here to show this area that I've been calling the shelter house. So the one door on the left with the one bathroom has been padlocked. The other door that's where all the graffiti is. That door was ripped off when the fence was there before. And it appears like the city has come back in at some point and welded that door shut again. And so that's what's going on there. We're going to go ahead and head back over here. And yeah, just as I kind of walk over here, things are done again. It does look like somebody up there is pointing a laser pointer, or someone is pointing. I can't quite tell, but I can see the flicker of a laser pointer up there, and now there's not. And it's what's interesting to me is I show up with my camera, and they leave. This is the second time actually this has happened. So, let's test the theory. Let's walk away with the camera and see if they come back. That story's over again. But it'll be very interesting to see if they pop back. And yeah, I'm really glad that I stuck over here for that moment. And we were able to give you this shot. Because now there's people. And I wouldn't be able to get that shot from part of the inside here. So that really worked out well. This would probably be a good time to remind everybody, to spam those hearts. If you like independent media. Oh my God. Somebody detected my magic brain waves. This is good to know. I may take you up on that offer. I'm good for right now, but I may take you up on that offer. And it's good to know I may hit you up on that offer sometime in the future. What's up? Hey. Hey.
How are you?
Good. And look at that. It sounds like they're back. So now if we're going to test this theory of are they coming and going based on the cameras being there, we're going to come back with the camera now and see if they we're going to come back with the camera and we're going to see if they just disappear this time. And this time we're going to hold with the camera because it's pretty interesting to me. So let's test the theory. And so what is happening? So what's happening? They are throwing some rocks. I mean, it's on Chud Cam, you know, so to sit here and go, it's not happening, then you're going to have people, it doesn't show anything.
Are they still even open?
Yeah. They're just hiding behind the door.
I want to get one more.
True, Maddie. Very true. Seattle Mariners need a lot of help next year. Just saying. Don't know who threw that, but Seattle Mariners, there's an aspiring player here. They got a good arm.
That's real trauma, bitch!
So what's been happening here? In a sense, I'm testing a theory. There's a group of people who were showing them earlier. They appear to be from the right. They're taking some pictures. They're taking some video. And so what's been happening, there's been some shouting. There's been some rock throwing. There's been some, hey, kind of bring it. I've walked away from here twice. And maybe it's just pure coincidence, but every time that I've walked, the 2 times I walked away, they've popped back out and started filming again. And so this is why I've come back here to see if they're gonna come back.
I hope you're blind enough you don't make it home, you piece of shit! Crash your car! Don't wear your seatbelt!
I'm seeing a comment on the Twitter, and I agree with you on that comment on the Twitter. It did kind of look like an SPD patch.
Where's the suit?
So
He's right there again. He's back. The cop is right there. That's just back security.
So apparently there is an SPD officer that's there. This is one of these situations where I always like to say just because we're filming it doesn't mean we necessarily agree with it. And we are filming it. There is certainly no mob here. And there's a group of people that are walking down below now. And it looks like this is basically coming to an end. Oh, well, I don't think these people saw the people that are down there. And we don't have future baseball players throwing right now at the moment. All right. So if you're just tuning in, we're live, we're in Seattle. I would say if anything, what's happening at this point, it almost feels like boredom is setting in. And if you give me a moment here, because I am going to be doing a tweet. Not sure what's going on. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I'm multitasking at the moment. There's something going on over at the shelter house, but I'm not sure what. I am going to go over there with the camera down. Wait a minute. I think I know what's going on at the shelter house, or what happened at the shelter house. I think they have, they're gaining, and yes, that's exactly what's happened. That is exactly what's happened. So the shelter house has been closed off. The Seattle police, Seattle Parks, they welded steel plate over the doors, and they fenced it off, despite the fact this was being used for mutual aid. And what has happened is the barricades to get into the kitchen area have been taken down. And the doors and the steel, one of the doors has been opened up. It is something that'll be very hard to show on the, there'll be something that'll be very, very hard to show on the feed. So we're gonna go ahead and show it on the Twitter. This is where Pole Cam doesn't. This is where Pole Cam works against me, because this is right down at eye level. So we're gonna put it on the Twitter. Hey, it shows the camera. Sometimes the camera can't show it. What they're doing is they are working on gaining access to the bathrooms. That's what you're hearing in the background. I'm working on putting that picture in the Twitter. I'm one person. Why aren't you showing? I'm doing like 3 things at once, y'all. Anyway, so that's what's going on, is they are working on, here, this is what I can do. Again, this is one of these things I can get on the Twitter, but I'm not gonna be able to get on the feed. I just want people to kind of understand what the city has done and why they're working on getting into this. So there's already an issue here, and I was talking about earlier, about a lack of bathrooms, which is just kind of like, I mean, come on, this is just a basic human need, right? So I'm taking a picture and I'm putting it on, I'm taking this picture and I'm gonna put it on the Twitter. There's gonna be a lot to unpack from that picture. And then you're also going to see why it's taking so many thuds in there. It sounds like they've just about gained entry. What does that even mean? Seattle Parks hold the bathroom doors shut. I'm not sure what that was. Give me a minute. What I don't know, because of what I want to see, I may break the fourth frame here, because if there's just kind of random inside destruction of the shelter house going on, I am going to speak up, because I just...
Luckily, Gertie was here to make sure that I actually didn't function out.
Maybe we can get the kitchen up and running over there. Start giving people warm meals.
That's, yeah.
And then after that, if we get the water back running again, people be able to wash their hands and use the bathroom again.
Right. So you've just heard that, and so you've just kind of heard what the intent is here. And so what's going on is they are opening up the shelter house behind me on the inside. And, you know, the issue of getting the kitchen going is you need electricity. The issue of getting the bathrooms and toilets going again is they need the water turned back on. And I put this up on my Twitter because the situation is dynamic right now. And so what I've been doing is I've been putting things up on the Twitter. And they are gaining access into the bathrooms and that have been welded shut. And we've put up on the Twitter pictures showing those welded shut. And we put some pictures up of the inside of shelter house and the doors being opened up there. you know, again, there's part of me like, what the heck is going on in there? And that's what I'm trying to, and this is what I'm trying to figure out. Right, but I'm also balancing the fact, and people need to appreciate this. I'm trying to balance the fact that I do have access on the side here.
Also, try to save the little like nuts because
Okay, now I get what's going on. So what's going on is, again, these doors have been bolted and welded shut. And so what's going on in there is they're working, they got the one door open, they're working on getting them all open. But in doing that, there are some tiles that are getting broken in trying to gain that access. Right? It's a complicated issue. I know I have been against Shelter House being closed. We put this up yesterday when mutual aid was in the Shelter House. When mutual aid was in the Shelter House and the unhomed were being ministered to there. And I know ministered's a loaded word. There's so many loaded, like people say a word, go, ministered, what's that mean? What I mean by ministered is getting food, getting mental health services, getting clothing. And the city was cooperative for like a couple of days, and then that was it, right? And then they pulled the plug on it. And ultimately what the city did was welded, we put a picture up on our Twitter so you can see how they literally welded everything shut and welded metal plates over the doors at the Shelter House. And they put a fence around it. And then what happened was, and we showed some pictures of this a couple of months ago, maybe 6 weeks ago, you know, some people had gone in, cut through the unhomed or activists so they could just get access to a fucking bathroom, literally. And 2 doors were torn off of Shelter House. Now what I'm seeing is that one door was replaced, the other door was replaced by steel plate that was just welded in plate. When I say steel, I don't know if it was steel. Metal plate welded to block the access. What's going on right now is activists are going through and opening up the Shelter House. But we put some pictures up on the Twitter because the situation is too dynamic to show it on a live stream. So I put pictures on Twitter, you know, of some of that activity that's going on. But in trying to get into the building is getting more damage beyond the damage that SPD did, that the Seattle Parks did in the first place, welding the plates up. And all of this was unnecessary. Had they simply worked with activists, or you know what, even better, actually done something about the unhomed here. Like when I say do something, I don't mean that in a negative sense. I do say do something as in actually help the unhomed. Have some accountability on the $1 billion a year that's being spent. What's going on right now behind me would not be happening. Do I agree with what's going on right now? No. But there's a cause and effect that's attached to it. And people shouldn't lose sight from that. Because what's going to happen is when eventually this ends, right? The big story will be the Shelter House has been damaged. We don't know how much it's going to fix. Where's the money going to come from? When the Shelter House was being used by mutual aid, it wasn't being damaged at all. We have video when mutual aid came in after, like right after they were pushed out by SPD. And mutual aid came back in that same evening and essentially gained entry into Shelter House. We have video. And the first things that they were doing was going in and cleaning it up And because the city left it a mess on the inside, in the sense of trying and boarding it up to get people out. There is a helicopter overhead. I don't know if that's a news helicopter or if that is King County. But more than likely, you know, this is a helicopter that's probably got eyes on the shelter house, would be my guess. And some of the activity that's going on there. You know, it's so funny too, right? Because people are like, oh, so you agree with this because you're filming it. I mean, that's like one of the most ridiculous comments going. What? Fox News is showing this, so that means they agree with it? Or if OWN shows it, right? If OWN is showing Antifa doing something, that means they support it because they're showing it? Right? Reporting the news, reporting what's happening in the world, showing all the sides and the angles doesn't necessarily mean you agree with everything you show. This should come to shock to anybody who's watching this. I've seen a lot of American flags burned. We have filmed a lot of American flags burned this 6 months. I've always said, just because I'm showing it does not mean that I agree with it. But I can understand where they're coming from and their viewpoint. That doesn't mean I necessarily agree with that viewpoint, but at least I'm out here trying to understand it. And that's why I'm on this side of the fence, because I'm willing to try to understand it, but do it also in a respectful way that try to respect everything. So yeah, this is almost certainly a news helicopter that, you know, is, I'm sure I'm not the only person tweeting or, you know, and the other thing is we know this all the time, which is a frustration that I have with people in Block. We know that people in Block, because you've heard streamers and us talk about this, and we've talked about people in Block. It's like, you guys are Instagramming yourself or tweeting yourself. So, I mean, I get it in the big scheme of things. So for those of you who are just tuning in, we're live, we're in Seattle. And what has happened is activists have gained access to the shelter house. And they have, for a lack of a better word, broken into a couple of the bathrooms so that people will have access to the bathroom and trying to figure out how to turn the water on. Hey. So we know that is going on. We have pictures of that activity on our Twitter. Because it is something that is the scene while this was going on was simply too dynamic for me to put it on the live. And again, what I would presume is that is a news helicopter that is flying overhead right now. Well, I'm pointing this, but I've been taking very careful Twitter pictures right now. I'm not showing paces or whatever. But I, look, I'll tell you what I've said on the stream, what I put on the Twitter, right? Is, as you know, because you were here when it was open, you were here when they fenced it up and welded all the friggin' steel plate, right?
Oh, yeah.
Had they not done any of this, this wouldn't be happening right now.
That's what I was just saying. I was like, well, fuck, they should have just let us use it like we were.
Right.
You fucking took it away and look what happened.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You should have just fucking let us use the resources that were there to fucking use.
Right, because when we're talking to Christina D, y'all, so when mutual aid was in there, they were taking care of the building.
It was beautiful. It was clean.
Yeah.
We were being cooked. People used the bathroom. The bathrooms were clean.
Yeah.
It was very well kept. It was being used for what the fuck it was supposed to be used for.
I was up here, SPD did a sweep. They've done so many, it's like I couldn't even tell you which one it is, right? They did a sweep, and then I came up here. I was here for part of the sweep, then I went home, I came back, and they padlocked Shelter House, and somebody was here with a grinding wheel or something and cut
they
it.
were welding it shut.
Well, this is before welding it. This is like 6 weeks earlier, 4 weeks earlier, and someone came in with a grinding wheel or a hacksaw, and I just got as they came in, and I'm like, hey, are you? And you're like, yeah, you're fine. And I didn't live stream. I shot camera. Yeah. And inside, SPD or Parks left it a mess because in boarding it up, they just left the scrap wood and the sawdust just in there. And the first thing that the activists did was like, okay, we got to find brooms or whatever, and they cleaned the whole freaking place up. Because they're like, well, we need to use this for clothing distribution and get the kitchen going.
Yeah.
And so we're in this unhomed crisis. The city spends $1 billion a year, and then they lock this resource up.
I know, it's stupid. It was being used very.
How's it going?
It's going all right.
Cold day.
Huh?
Cold day.
It's actually, I don't think it's that, but yeah, I agree.
I think it's really nice. I'm not too hot. I'm not too cold. I think it's nice.
Mm-hmm. My clothes are still a little wet from last night.
Well, that's why.
Okay, then that's why, yeah. So anyway,
I think they had a fireplace or something set up somewhere.
They have heaters. Yeah, there's heat over there by these. There's heaters. There's people at a warming tent over there at the mutual aid tent.
Yeah, there's a fire over at the.
Oh, there's another fire over up there now. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I'm getting pretty convinced they're not coming today.
Oh no.
Probably not. It'll probably be an every morning kind of thing.
I was gonna say they're probably gonna come at 5 in the morning. I think they're getting back up.
You think what?
I think they're getting back up. I think they're.
Well, yeah. I think.
Getting, really prepared to come in here early tomorrow morning and just.
Supposedly they're on an 18-hour shift today, though.
So I think they're gonna come.
I just don't think they're coming today.
Come at 5 a.m.
I really think that they were just there's some pallets and we'll just come in like every other time.
Yeah.
And I think they showed up at 7:30, and it was
Yeah.
And it's not I don't think that they were scanning or whatever. I think they were to a degree aware, but I think it was okay, there's a lot more people than we thought.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
And it's a lot more barricaded than we thought.
So I think they're getting.
And the mainstream media is right over here.
They're not going to do nothing in front of them because they don't want the public to see how
they don't.
They
Yes,
really
that's
are.
exactly it.
So that
right?
was another reason they didn't fucking come in.
Because they're not going to come in here and flashbang and carpet bomb this place with OC to get everybody out with the mainstream media cameras right there.
Yeah, I mean,
they won't.
Yeah, there's some people who they're not leaving this park.
Oh,
yeah.
No. And we're not gonna let them come in. We're gonna fight. That's already been fucking established. You're not doing this. We're not letting it happen.
Yeah.
And if you are, it's gonna be done with a fight. It's not gonna be easy. Obviously.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be easy.
All right. Well, I was getting ready to walk out. Actually, go back out the
exit.
Yeah, it's funny, right? We're both saying it's not that cold, but I do find if I stop moving for a few minutes, I kind of start feeling it again. And it's got to keep the blood flowing.
Nice talking to you.
Watch don't trip there. You wouldn't be the first person. Hey.
Are you live?
I am, but that's why I'm pointing that way. So yeah.
Oh, can I hear me more?
What's that?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, people can hear you. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Hi. Hi. It's going good. I'm actually getting ready to walk out on the other side. Go back out. Yeah, I would say they must know they were coming into the shelter house because the news helicopter showed up. All right, so I'm going to dip the camera, y'all, because trees. And if you've already seen me go in and out through the entry and exit here, you know that it's a tight squeeze. And you're not going to get a 9-foot pole through a 5-foot hole. You know, one thing I guess I want to put on the on the feed, I have been tweeting out, Fort Cal Anderson. That is me being snarky. Nobody is calling this place Fort Cal Anderson except for me. If that gets adopted, cool. I just can imagine that the right wingers are just going to run with that. I can hear Tucker Carlson tonight. And in Seattle, Antifa has built a fort.
So, by the grace of God, I forgot which apartment I was supposed to go to.
Okay, I think it just feels like it gets smaller and smaller every time I walk through there. Yeah, do we know if that's news, right? Looks like it's news.
Yeah. Probably.
I always have to tip this up way more than I think. Yeah, maybe they'll see it, right? So we're outside of the barricades again. We're heading up to the north end of Cal Anderson Park. I'm a pretty big advocate of not showing homeless porn. As long as we're not showing faces, we're gonna walk over to where the smoke is. And when I say showing faces, like this dude just walking up, I'm not worried about that. What I'm talking about is unhomed. If there's unhomed people over here, I'm not gonna show faces. So, yeah, and what it looks like is some pallets and stuff. And there's just a place here like for people to keep warm. And that's kind of what's going on. And just a small little, I move away from music. He's walking away! There's music playing. And YouTube in particular. There's a couple of record labels. They are just total bastards to deal with. And you know, someone's like, oh, that little bit of music. Oh, yes. Actually, yes. You know, they'll make a DMCA claim. And then you got to file. It's a news broadcast. We're a news agency. And we are a news agency, by the way. I guess that's I talked about that a little earlier. Last week, we were approved after going through a manual review, meaning it wasn't just something that you apply for and an AI bot goes, you're in. Real human looks at your stuff. But we were approved by Google News. And we are now in the Google News app as Malcontent News. You can download the app on iOS or Android, and you can follow us. And our content that we share on YouTube and on the Malcontent News website is all shared through the app. And so we are a news site, which is probably going to upset some of the people that go, "You're fake news." No, we're not. We're actually real now. And with that adds layers of complexity to things. The helicopter you hear, we suspect is a news helicopter.
I have those little pods at my house that you like throw in the faucet. Oh, so then that's how we bought
So this is a barbecue truck that's right here. This is kind of Seattle's version of riot ribs, which should not be confused with BLM ribs. Riot ribs good, BLM ribs evil. Wanted to write a story because that whole thing, it's a really fascinating story with riot ribs versus BLM ribs and everything that happened in Portland around that. I don't know if that's echoes. It almost sounds like there's a second helicopter. Okay, what's cool is we can at least go like this right here, right? And just kind of to show, you know, part of the mutual aid effort that's going on here. And the support that's going on for the unhomed and the activists. And again, we can kind of show you this in a way. I'm having a lot of good luck at just being kind of at the right place at the right time, where I'm catching moments where people are not, are not around, and I can kind of catch these moments for y'all. And I've been lucky in that respect today. And I'm just hey. here we go. I was looking for your Venmo or so we can get that on blast. All right, so we're outside of Riot Kitchen, which is helping to feed the unhomed and the activists that are here. I see they have an eggy scramble and a tofu scramble, which is vegan. And they have some sliced apples and stuff.
Ribs.
Oh, we got ribs.
Ribs, tri-tip, pork shoulder.
Ribs, tri-tip, and pork shoulder. Do you guys mind if I put you on camera? Or?
No, thank you.
Okay, got it. No, I understand. That's why I'm asking.
Thank you.
And they got some hand warmers up here. And there's Kofi V. I got a picture. We'll put that up on the Twitter. We got some Donald Trump Kofi V here.
Actually, this coffee is made by a coffee company out of Portland, and it's called the Riot Blend. This source came from Ethiopia, a woman on the farm in Ethiopia.
So it truly is Riot Blend.
Riot Blend. So all of the sales of the coffee come afterwards. So it's, yeah, and it's also delicious. Did you get a cup?
I haven't got a cup yet, no. I will a little bit. If I get a cup, I got to find a bathroom.
Oh, yeah, that's an issue.
Yeah. So I will when I'm finishing up, I will come and get a cup to go, and I'll get a rib.
Yeah, for sure.
So I want to call out their Venmos and Cash Apps. Give me a moment here, and we're going to go ahead while I do that, and we call out their Venmo and Cash App. We'll go ahead and do that wide angle shot. So if you want to support, bear with me here while I find it because I took a picture of it. If you want to support Riot Kitchen, the Cash App is Riot Kitchen 206, and the Venmo is The Revolution Eats. And you can support Riot Kitchen, which is here at Cal Anderson on the east side of the park. And they are feeding the activists and unhomed in the same spirit as Riot Ribs did in Portland. And again, Riot Ribs in Portland, good. Riot Kitchen in Seattle, good. BLM Ribs in Portland, bad. Actually, you know what? This is one of these moments where it's like, wait a minute, where's he going? I'm gonna see if we can get a picture of the meat. The meat, we got the meat. Hey.
He's the founder of Riot.
Yeah. Can I just get a picture of that?
Yeah, you're good.
Because we can put that up with your Venmo. Oh my God, there's a smoked pumpkin in there.
You got food right up front. You got ribs. Right here.
In the future.
All right. Hey there, pumpers. Okay. We're gonna put some pictures of that food up on the Twitter, y'all. That's why there was nothing intentional with the camera. It was just leaning up on a building. Or on a tent. Might put that on the Insta too. No. Give me a second here. You're killing me, Twitter. Ah, there we go. Give me a second, y'all. This is the Joy of Live production. I'm doing a tweet so you can see some Riot Kitchen stuff. Okay, actually, I just realized something too. Okay. Funny thing is when I was packing up today, packing my kit, it is supposed to start raining this afternoon. It starts supposed to raining. It's going to get pretty miserable, actually. The winds are going to pick up a little bit today too. We actually do the weather every now and then on Malcontent News. We don't do it as much as we used to, but Seattle weather's actually been pretty boring this year. Anyway, when I was packing my kit, you know, I packed, we call it a riot bag. That's a term. It's a term used in the press and protests, and you know, that's basically all of your safety gear if things go sideways. So anyway, it's called riot bag. And I was going to pack a toque, as they say in Canada. And then I was like, nah, I won't. Because I'll probably be wearing my helmet. And I haven't put my helmet on once. And I haven't put my helmet on once. And every now and then my ears get really friggin' cold. And like I have this baklava thing that could be a neck warmer and act as your mask, you know, for COVID and blah, blah, blah. You can also pull it up over your head almost like a ski mask. And I just had this realization I'm kind of walking around ski masked up. And so I end up yanking it off to get back just into mask mode, but then eventually my ears are going to get cold and I'll pull it back up. Oh, okay. That was terrible. I just had like a work-related email, but and then that's why all of a sudden I got real quiet. I was like, ah, like one of these, like, oh my god, I may have to get off here of the feed for a minute, but no, everything's all good, y'all. So something I guess I'm going to do at this point, because I haven't done it all day, but I'm going to do it now. We're independent media. We've expanded because the audience has expanded and the needs of the audience have expanded. And there's a lot that we have been doing for going on 7 months now. And none of this is free. We've done very, very minimal. I can't say I've never said, hey, we have a Venmo, or hey, we've had, I'm not going to say that. But we've done very, very minimal. And I've always said, support BIPOC first. Support LGBTQIA first. Support the unhomed first. With that said, if you enjoy what we're doing, if you enjoy independent media, if you like sources like us, like Converge Media, which Black managed, Black owned, South City Emerald, Black managed, BIPOC, etc. Support them first. If you like what we're doing, if you like this alternative to, particularly affiliate news in the Seattle area, then you can lend us some support. We're on Patreon as the Malcontent, and we have a Venmo, the Malcontent, and your support in those areas are helping us do more things. And there's more that we want to do. But the reality is, I've taken personally a big hit in time and energy. And I know people have said to me, it's like, man, you're just everywhere, not just here, but also with the real work. And, there are times it's like, yeah, I get it, but I don't know how fully sustainable this is long term. So, anyway, I guess the whole point of this is, if you want to support us, please support us. And you can do that on, again, Patreon or Venmo. And if not, if you're supporting other causes, well, that's fine too. And even if you're a chud, you should think about supporting us chuds. Because, if we weren't around, you wouldn't have anything to bitch about. Honestly, at this point, things have really quieted down. There's some activity that's going on in the shelter house. There's the news helicopter that's flying overhead. And that's really kind of it. I've been on my feet, literally just standing continuously since 6:30. And I'm actually just kind of looking for a place where I can sit down for a few minutes. And maybe what I'll do is take the camera off. I'm just looking for a place to sit. And then maybe what I'll do is pull the camera off the pole and talk into the camera for a minute. There's another puppers. Lots of puppers, Cal Anderson. I think I know where I can sit. I'm gonna have to dip the camera, y'all, to get to it. But that's okay. When I dip it, I can take it off its holder. I had somebody like, he always plays the camera at the ground. It's so boring. I guess it would be entertaining to watch me crash into something that I can't get through. He always plays the camera at the ground. How exactly do I get the pole up through there? Chuds. Oh, you know what? I know where I can go. I hope I don't get accidentally shelled. Don't run over the dude. Not sure who this dude is. This is what I was talking about where Nagley is blocked. Yeah, he's taking pictures. And you can see where Nagley has been barricaded. Oh, Dora, that is so sweet. Thank you so much. I just saw your message. And I have confirmation that's a news helicopter. Thank you, research team. I guess I should check my messages on the live more often, eh? I only have one device I can charge. Yeah, it's Cairo. Cairo 7 there. Dory Monson's clutching his pearls. All right, so let me do this. Dora, I would take you up on that offer, but I just want to stick around here in case SPD shows up. I had an offer for a seat, so a very kind offer. All right, let me see. I think if I hit this a second time, yeah, we get a slight wider angle there. Okay, so it's 11:30, just about. He's lying, it's 11:26. Chuds crack me up. It's 11:26 dork time. It's 11:30 general time. And where are we at right now? Well, you know, SPD made a show at 7:30-ish, 7:35. He's lying, it's 7:35. And we went live just kind of as quickly as we could when that happened. They did a couple of circles around, and it just kind of feels like, yeah, not today. You know, people have different views. I totally agree with Omari, and I agree with Joey, that I think they're going to need a different resolution to this than we're just going to come in and sweep you out. And what's interesting is I do think, and we've seen this, and I've talked about this, where if you have, when the cameras are around, the behavior is different by the police department. And with the mainstream media, the affiliate cameras around, the behavior is even more different. And we know that the city has been found in contempt of the temporary restraining order of August 10th. We know that remedy for that is coming on Friday, so we'll find out on Friday what that means. What's interesting about that is that that remedy that may come down may further complicate and what to do here in Cal Anderson. As I've been calling on the Twitter, Fort Cal Anderson. Nobody here is calling it Fort Cal Anderson but me, Chuds. And I'm doing it in a way to kind of like poke. Poke. Because you're just, you're so easy to poke. He's hiding his face! Yeah, there's this thing called COVID around, that's why. So, I don't know what that crash was. That's a pretty big crash. That came from the, I'm getting my east side of the park. Came from the east side of the park. Almost had like it didn't kind of sound like a lid coming down on a, didn't have like a lid coming down on a dumpster sound to it, but it almost sounded like something big getting thrown into a dumpster. So, I found a spot sitting on the wall, and that's what's just going on right now at the moment. I would actually, I guess I could do it this way. Yeah, I guess I do it this way. This is, maybe.
So what they're doing here is basically what the Parks and Recs Department is doing is clearing out the park so they can clean it. They have done this 4 times over the year, 4 to 5 times over the year, because the Parks and Recs Department employees value their safety. And I don't blame them. I don't blame them at all. Safety and security is number 1. Okay? They have a right to safety and security. We got homeless people living here. They don't have a home. They don't have public housing. I don't know if you guys can understand me through my mask.
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
But I would say 65% of these people are displaced and homeless because of COVID-19.
Okay.
They lost their jobs, they lost their homes, they lost their apartments, they lost everything. So they're living in tents. This is not about Black lives. Understand this.
Uh-huh.
This is about HLM, Homeless Lives Matter. Okay? We've been homeless since the 70s. Alright? I don't care what Cheeto Head said. Alright? We've been having this issue since the 70s. So what they're going to do,
when you say they, what do you mean? That who do you mean by they? What they're going to do? So who's they?
They are going to clear, the SPD is going to clear out Cal Anderson to make the Parks and Recs Department employees safe. So the Parks and Recs Department are going to come in and they're going to clean up the litter and the garbage, because some of the homeless, they do heroin, they do meth,
yep,
they do clear.
Yep.
We don't care about the pot. We care about the other stupid shit. Dirty needles on the ground.
Yep.
Alright? That dogs and children can walk on.
Yep.
I'm not cool with that. However, I don't care about the pot. You can smoke pot all you want. But I want them to be able to keep their property, their cell phones, their medications that they need. Alright? Their paperwork.
Their bedding, their warm bedding, their warm clothes this time of year.
Exactly. I want them to be able to keep all that. I don't want SPD coming in and destroying all this shit, putting it in storage, and nobody has access to their property. Cell phones, medications.
Car keys. There were people, the last sweep they did, they gave them 10 minutes. And I know there were people that were locked out of their cars.
Now, here's the thing that was nice. There was like an alert, and somebody printed the whole thing and posted it.
Yep.
All up and down Broadway.
Yep.
And said, hey, this is what they're gonna do tomorrow. This is what they're gonna do. Be prepared. This is what they're gonna do. No. And everybody got high and drunk and stupid. This is not Black Lives Matter. This is Homeless Lives Matter. We have nowhere else to go. Nowhere else to go. And I hope this gets flamed and broadcast across the fucking nation. President Cheeto Head, you have fucked us. You have ruined us. We have nowhere else to go. Oh, and you're talking about money and jobs. Well, with COVID-19 and the pandemic, where are the jobs? We can't get interviews. We can't get hired. We can't go into work. We are left spare changing just to pay our rent and have food, canned food, ramen. We're not looking for anything fancy. But I'm sorry, America, wake up. This was coming. Now, blessings. It's the holiday season. I'm in gratitude because I just now got public housing. I'm not being selfish. I check on my people. But the rest of you out there in America, wake up. Be blessed. Wear a mask. Get the vaccine. Get the vaccine. Wear a mask. And be safe. Cuddle with your loved ones. Wrap yourself up in a blanket. And appreciate everything around your perimeter in your home. Appreciate it. Be in gratitude. I'm in gratitude. I have a home. They don't. Black lives matter. Homeless lives matter. Transgender lives matter. Gay lives matter. Lesbian lives matter. Student lives matter. Wake up and let's go back to what we were before Cheeto Head. Thank you. Happy holidays. Happy Hanukkah. Kwanzaa. Merry Christmas. The whole 9 yards. I love you all. Happy Yule.
Thank you. That was powerful. That really was. Thank you so much. That was incredible. It was broadcasted. That was live. Thank you. Right place at the right time. Right place at the right time. That really was powerful. I'm like catching my breath. Like seriously. I'm like, wow. Just, I need a minute. Bear with me here for a moment. What the? Oh, you know what? I think I know what I did. Yeah. There we go. That we're going to replay parts of that on the show on Thursday. You better believe that's going to get replayed on Thursday. Yeah, you know what I'm seeing on the Twitter? And it's funny, I'm like looking on our Twitter feed, and the answer is yes, we will. Rashi, I don't know if you're watching that whole statement. I really can't call it an interview because he just went on a roll, and what he had to say is amazing. And Rashi, if you could get that clipped, that would be appreciated. Rashi is our editor. And that really was amazing. That's Cairo. Yeah, they're watching. Damn skippy they are. That was something else. I think we've actually had him on camera one time before. You know, sometimes in streaming, little streamer talk here. Sometimes when you're streaming, when you're out doing your thing, you know, you have days and you're not in the right place at the right time ever. You're in the wrong place over and over again. And then you have a day kind of like today. And like today, I've consistently just feel like I've been at the right place at the right time. To get, you know, some of the stuff that's been going on. And I appreciate you all following along with us today. So, let's see, the time is 11:40, and we're still at a place where they're coming from the north at noon. We'll see. We hear stuff like this, you know, I hear stuff like this all the time. We'll believe it. I'll believe it when it happens. You know, and I know there's like people that are probably getting ready to tweet out, some dude said they're gonna... Don't. Just seriously, don't. People say stuff like that to agitate, and people, you know, look, if you go back early in the feed, right, it's like, oh, it looks like somebody maybe lit a bonfire. I don't know. Let's walk over and let's see what's happening, right? Because it just looks like a bonfire. And then somebody comes over and says, no, it's a tent that was accidentally set on fire because it had fireworks on it. And then somebody came over immediately over and said, oh, whoa, wait a minute. Not true. This is what is going on. So 3 different versions of the same event in 90 seconds. And it's like, take your pick on which one's true. And I saw that the Chuds jumped on, tent was accidentally on fire because there was fireworks in it. I saw Chuds just grab that and ran that. That may be what happened. But then it ignores the 2 other versions of the story that were covered within the 90 seconds. And I did admittedly say, I guess you have to take your pick on what version of the story you want to run with. Here, 1 second. There we go. My the device that I broadcast off of, battery's down to 57%. I really appreciate the individual that provided me this battery. And probably, you know, my plan is to stick around, I think, until about 1 o'clock. And then I think I'm probably going to call it done. I may come back down here in the evening I don't know if I'll be back here in the early morning on Thursday because we do our studio show on Thursday, and it's a lot of work getting that ready. So I don't know what we'll be doing there. That's fire department siren, it sounds like. There's a fire station that is a couple of blocks from Cal Anderson Park. And yeah, it's that's ambulance. Oh. Yeah, by the time I probably can flip the screen, it's gonna be, oh, no, you'll get it. There you go. Action! I think at the end of the day, Seattle Parks, City of Seattle, SPD is going to have their work cut out for them on how to handle this situation. But I don't think that this situation is going to be effectively handled by brute force, because it's just not going to work. Let's see. I think what I'm going to do is I'll mount the camera back up. Give me a sec. And then I'm going to flip the camera around. The horror. The horror. Kind of a obscure joke. Movie Apocalypse Now, helicopters. The other thing is, like, I'm sitting and I've gotten cold from sitting. And then you get stiff. So it's like, okay, it's time to start moving again. I've said this before too. One thing I will say that I have, hey SPD, this one's for you. Of course, you probably wear a slightly lighter weight ballistic vest than the one that I have on, but you know, after about 6 hours, it starts to suck. Your shoulders kind of start going like, dude, what's going on? But it does add to the workout. You know, I'm going to give a little bit of a shout out to Rebellion Baby, because I just read a tweet from them. I don't know when they tweeted it out. You know, this is the thing. If you don't like, if you're like, yeah, I don't want to, I would like to support this, but I don't know how, or I don't know what to do. Here is something that you could do that is at least active engagement, certainly more than a hashtag, or you know, get. Hey.
Man, we're the only media inside the park, Bobby. I mean, we see the big stations. They're out in the perimeter. So I see some of the other stations. They're across the street. I know Fox is over there by the college.
Oh wow, that was Fox over there by the college. Wow. Maybe we will be on Tucker Carlson. And then I'll get death threats all over again. All right. What we're doing is I've walked back over to 11th. We're heading past Riot Kitchen. We will come by for Riot Kitchen. Back to my point of what you can do to help. You can come over here to 11th, to this mutual aid area where I'm at right now. What I'll do is I'll walk past. To get to 11th, you won't be able to get there from Pine. You'll have to come in from the north end of Calais. But what you can do, there's the Central Lutheran Church on 11th. There it is right here. There's Central Lutheran Church right here at 11th. And that's where mutual aid is at, right here. If you come here, what you can do, you could drop off duffel bags, suitcase, backpack, things to help the unhomed pack their stuff up so that when SPD comes, their belongings don't end up thrown in a trash dumpster. And they have a way to pack their belongings up. What's that? Happy Hanukkah! Absolutely. Appreciated. We have them. I had my donuts this morning. Anyway, this is, I pointed this out earlier, I'll bring it up again. You know, this is this whole back, oh my goodness, Seattle's, right? This construction project has just started, you know, with CHOP going on. There's actually a ton of construction of housing going on all around here. But that's something you can do. You go to 11th. Again, to get here, you're going to have to go all the way to the north end. So Howell is blocked. You won't be able to go that way. One more up. But then you can go down to 11th, mutual aid tents. Literally, drop off contractor bags. That's another one. You know, if you don't have an old suitcase lying around that you don't need, or a duffel bag. So, Rick, who is ops, he is complete and total ops, is here. Of course he is. There's unhome warming themselves by the fire. We showed that fire a little earlier. I don't want to show faces, so we'll head in another direction. Particularly, again, with the unhomed in particular, I really try not to show faces. To be respectful. Give me 1 second. I gotta center. Well, it looks like the rain's holding off, so. Yo. Hey, how are you, Dora? I'm doing hygiene is a word I struggle with spelling. Yes, I know, exactly. Give me 1 second. Here we go. Oh, I got to get my hashtags on there too. Have you been inside?
No.
It is quite the setup in there.
I wasn't sure where the actual barricades were.
Yeah, I can actually show you where the entrance is. Dora's a Malcontent, and she lives in the area, and so that's who I'm talking to, and that's who is come by. And we also really appreciate Dora because she's also a patron, and so we really appreciate that. Yeah, I could show you how to get in. Things are quiet. There's if you've been watching the stream, there's a fair amount of speculation from most everybody. They're not coming today, so I have a hard time believing they would come at night. It just, especially after you see for yourself. I know. I just think, if they did something in the middle of the night for everybody's safety, it would just, it's not going to go well. The optics aren't going to play well.
The premise of this is because they want to be planning for the new park.
Right. Yeah, and there was an individual, right, that was a part of what he was talking about. Obstinately, it's to clean the park and yada yada, and the park's closed. And as we were showing, it's like, well, if the park's closed, what are all these other people? Anyway, this is the in and out.
We really have all the supplies we need here.
I don't know why y'all can use red dust. I know why I was going to get rid of it.
All right, so give me a second here, Malcontent. We're through the wall, so to speak. Back on the inside. The drop-off's over there. Yeah, I just put that on blast. That.
On the YouTube, and I was watching the
Yeah, I just that's when you were coming up. I was literally writing the tweet about, hey, if if coming out here and holding vigil is not your thing, you could drive by here and come here to mutual aid and bring a suitcase, bring a duffel bag, bring just the heavy duty contractor bags, or some hand warmers, or clean socks, or
Can you really get out this way?
No.
But this is where the drop-offs are.
Basically, this is mutual aid right here. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is basically where mutual aid is, and this is where people can go to drop stuff off.
Because they used to be on the other side.
Yeah. Don't know why they moved. I know it's been here. I know it kind of flops back and forth.
Right.
So, and I was telling people, you won't be able to go to Pine. It's all blocked that way. You'll have to come in from the north side and come down if you're going to drive. If you're going to walk it over, it's fine. But, just come in. They, they broke into the shelter house so they could get into the kitchen and the bathrooms. And,
I don't know why they ever shut that down.
well, I know.
Doing fine.
Right.
It was clean. It was.
Right. Well, this is what everybody's been saying. And when they were breaking into the place, it was really dynamic. So it was impossible for me to put it on the stream. But I was tweeting stills out, and I was telling people on the stream, look, I'm trying to balance everything here, right? Bring you the story, still have the ability to bring you the story, right? And all. So anyway, but I was calling out on the stream. If they had just left the access to this in the first place, this wouldn't have happened.
Right.
There was no reason. It was just malicious to shut. And I know it's like, well, this wasn't the right thing. So what? So you're just going to close it in the middle? You're not going to even give people access to a bathroom? I mean, it makes no sense.
If Homo wants to talk about the killing, where's the soul? Like, SPD has no soul. They try to destroy people's souls by taking away their housing and their food and their access. And it's been heartbreaking. I've been living over here for a year.
Right.
And it's, people are always commenting like, oh, our neighborhood is trash and all this other stuff. And I'm like, no, it's not. These are human beings. They need food. They need housing. We need to help in some way. And I never knew that the city was spending $1 billion a year. I can tell you where most of that money goes. Probably towards police and law enforcement type stuff. I can't imagine that it goes to anything.
Well, it comes out to about $85,000 per homeless person. It was about 18 months ago, I would say it'd been about $100,000, but there's more homeless people, right? So, but even at $85,000, it's like, that's enough money to put roofs over people's heads and drug and alcohol treatment and put food in their belly, because you're doing it at an institutional scale. So the pricing is lower than if you're just, say, you and I are going to rent an apartment and put food. And where is it going? And it's back to the other thing I talked about. This kind of this one size fits all approach doesn't work. That's one thing that I have seen over years that fails. It's like, well, we can't have families here. We can't have men here. You can't have your pets here. And there's people that are like, I don't want to be separated from my husband, or I don't want to be separated from my kids, or I don't want to give up my pets.
Or they want to send them way out where the bus access sucks.
Right.
And it's like, oh, it's okay to just upheave somebody and just,
And it's just going to get a lot worse if the CARES Act isn't extended or something else isn't put on the table. It's going to get a lot worse. It is interesting to see that the tone from Mitch McConnell has changed a lot since Tuesday, when he was like, okay, this whole election thing, it's like over. It's time to move on. And then, yes, I'm talking to you, Q people. You can go dive down this rabbit because I know you're very unhappy with Mitch, right? And Nancy Pelosi and Mitch have essentially metaphorically and literally locked themselves in a room, and both seem to be like, we're not leaving until we have some agreement. I'll believe it when I see it. The sticking point is this blanket immunity. To me, it's a non-negotiable because, as I talked about earlier, this just opens up. Wow, that plane is like, that is not FAA approved. That's really low. Like, that is 500. Man, that is an FAA. That seems like that was an FAA violation low. I don't know if we caught that on camera. A single engine aircraft, not in distress, flew at a very low altitude right over Cal Anderson Park. I would say, by my best estimate, that was at an altitude that would be a violation of FAA rules flying over an urban area. There was no way that there was minimal safe distance if they had a stall or anything that they could recover without hitting the ground.
Quite closer than a lot of helicopters.
Oh, it was way lower than the helicopters.
Oh, I gotta get away from the smoke.
Oh, that's the barbecue.
Yeah, the barbecue.
That's the barbecue. She's talking about the barbecue. That's Riot Kitchen. We have up on their Twitter. It smells good though. We have up on Twitter with Riot Kitchen. You know what else they need? You know, yes, I put that up there on there.
Oh, okay.
You know what they could use? Here's something that you could do. They desperately need this. Put this on blast. Light this up on Twitter. Here is something they desperately need here. Hay bales. They desperately need hay bales. It's wet. There's a couple of areas because of the wet is getting very muddy, and they need the straw and the hay to throw down to soak up that water. I'm just in an area and I'm seeing this right now. Seriously, light it up on blast. They need hay bales. And I would say that if you even have some hay bales that are a little wet, if people, well, what if they're going to use the hay bales then fine. If you got some wet hay, because it just needs to be thrown on the ground to help in some of these muddy areas. Hay bales, someone light it up. Drop off at 11th and Mutual Aid. Oh, now I can get an idea. Wow. Holy. Wow.
That's who got taken off?
Yeah. Quarter inch plate. Quarter inch plate on those doors.
Where there's a will, there's a way.
Yeah. Gonna take a picture and we'll put that on Twitter. I know people are like hearing me with the metal, like, what's that? No, I got it. Yeah, remember those guys that walked by and said, they're coming from the north at 12? And I was like, don't light that up on Twitter. And yeah, guess what? It's after 12. Nobody's here. You know, surprise, surprise, not.
But I can smell like spray paint or something.
Yeah. Yeah, you'll smell that in the air. There's probably some fresh graffiti somewhere. And I think, yeah. Use what? Oh no, I'm fine. Yeah, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I'm fine. My my bladder capacity is the stuff of legends.
Camel, huh?
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
So how do I go back out?
Same way. I can walk with you if you want,
Yeah,
or if
yeah.
you feel,
Yeah,
if you
'cause
feel.
I usually walk on the perimeter. I've never actually been in here, just out of respect. I usually don't tour, quote unquote.
Yeah. Let me, steel plate removed.
I should send a comment to Omari that he looks taller on television.
Almost done here. There's another helicopter. That, I think, that's King County. That's not press. That one wasn't press. That's press. That one is not. That one is. Super low. Don't know if I have that in frame or not because I have the delay. Hey, can one of the person on the research team go on FlightAware? Because I'm pretty sure that King County helicopter is now circling the park at low altitude. Very low altitude. Also, another thing, I don't know on FlightAware if there's a way like you can fast forward or rewind or go back, but would be very interested to know if that plane that buzzed the area here, if that was a government aircraft. That airplane flew over super low, buzzing Cal Anderson. I mean, it was like at the altitude of this helicopter. Helicopters coming through, making another pass, even at a lower altitude at this point. What's that? Oh, with the, yeah. This just in, jet airliner crashes with helicopter. Antifa's blamed. Hey, Dora, I'm actually gonna ask you to hold the pole for COVID. Hold it up there because I don't touch it up there. I actually do. I can give you some.
Try to be careful.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's King County.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just looking at the markings, it doesn't look like any of the TV stations. The other thing you'll see when it turns around, you can see, oh, it's not going to turn now. It's flying off.
Is that the same?
That's a news helic. That's Cairo. Oh. That I know because the research team, I asked us about that one. There you.
Oh, that's good.
Give me 1 sec, and I got it.
Okay. Like peppermint.
Does it?
Well, you know, some of these companies that went from brewing or distilling to making hand sanitizer, I can smell.
You can smell whatever the brew was.
Maybe it's my 25 years of sobriety smelling.
Oh. Oh, you know what? You're right. It does almost have a little bit of a peppermint schnapps kind of aroma to it. Pepto-Bismol.
My glasses are fogged up.
Give me 1 second. I'm getting this out.
Oh, you're fine.
Moments after a small aircraft or small airplane, people won't understand that. Small airplane buzzed the park. Well, thank you for coming out and saying hi. I know we talked briefly during the Cal Anderson election celebration.
Oh, yeah. That was a while.
That was a crazy day.
Yeah, and then a week later I got a bad cold.
Oh, so you must have been like, yeah. Well, as you know, I've been saying it's like at this point I'm not going to come out unless it's something big. This qualifies as big. I'll walk over to mutual aid when I pop out the other side and just let them know that I put a call out for straw for the mud, just so if somebody shows up with hay bales, or likewise, I don't want right. Like, someone shows up with a pickup truck with hay bales, and everyone's immediately going to think chuds are here. When somebody it could be chuds, but likewise, it could be somebody trying to do something very altruistic. And once again, peeps, camera's pointing down to the ground because we're getting ready to walk through that tight little entry-exit area. He turns the camera. He doesn't show anything.
I could like do a little dance with my fingers.
Here, I'll show you something. The inside of a trash can. I hope there wasn't something horrific in there.
I got the burrito, got it.
Hey, does the white person want to pay my reparations in marijuana? All niggas are laughing, thinking shit's a joke. I'm dead ass serious. They need rap, my nigga. I need everything.
Oh yeah, the chuds are growling that voice clip. All right, we squeeze through the hole. All right. Well, and something, I know not everybody in the community is happy, but you still see Black Lives Matter signs are up in homes and stuff here. So,
yeah.
There
are a lot of people that
are still supportive.
Yeah, they're supportive.
I mean, I can understand the frustration, right? But likewise, I've also heard, and SPD has changed their tactics. Like when SPD would do the siren parades, I know that really pissed the community off, right? Because
I could hear that. So I have my apartment's in a basement.
On
the next block.
Got it.
And it's pretty insulated, so you can't. Well, when the stuff was going on here, I could hear everything. But that day that they did that,
the siren parade, it was nuts. It was so loud.
Yeah, it was awful.
That's when they put a shout out on the PA system to me.
So anyway, just for future reference, if you ever get in a bind.
That way.
Other side of Easton.
Okay, yeah. That's good to know.
I've got a rat.
Oh no!
Well, I came out about a Take it easy, David.
All right, thank you for coming out, Dora.
All right.
You too. All right, here's the other thing I want to put on blast. There's a guy, and I haven't seen him, who lent me their battery. And I would say I'm probably going to pack it in about 40 minutes. So maybe that's another one we could get this out on blast. Whoever lent me their battery, I'm kind of heading over to mutual aid. And unless something big happens, I'm probably going to be between mutual aid and 11th and Pine for the next 40-ish minutes. And so if you could connect with me, I would love to give your battery back. If we don't connect today, I will make sure that your battery is with me wherever I go when I'm streaming. And you could just find me again. Or if you see me streaming and you're like, hey, can you go catch up with the Malcontent and get my battery back? I will have your battery. But anyway, I'm going to be over by mutual aid to 11th and Pine. Hi. So we put a call out because it's getting real muddy out there. I'm just letting y'all know. we asked for straw. If somebody could bring us some hay bales. So if you, right, exactly, right. If a pickup truck full of hay starts coming down the road, don't necessarily freak out. It's a chud attack. Right? Yeah. Or likewise, if somebody, hey, here's a hay bale. Don't look at them like they're. Yeah, it's getting real muddy over like in the community garden area.
Oh, it's super muddy over there.
Yeah. So we put a big call out, and what I asked on there is like, hey, really light it up on Twitter for us. Yeah. Could really use some hay. For sure. It's just good for the park at the end of the day, right?
It's nutrients.
Yeah. Well, it helps protect the park. It helps protect the people. It helps, right? It's the right friggin' thing to do. Yeah. So
I like your getup here.
It's heavy.
I bet. I mean, even with this.
Yeah. I've been wearing this since 6:30 and been standing. And I'm starting to feel it in the shoulders. So. Yeah, I get that. Anyway.
Well, I'm glad for the work that you do.
Oh, thank you so much. But again, just biggest thing I want to let you all know: if someone shows up with hay, you know what it's about.
Totally out of the wall.
Yeah, exactly.
Lives matter, Black Lives Matter.
And I'll say it again. If you're listening to the sound of my voice, they could really use some hay bales for controlling mud. And if you could get down here and drop some hay off, or straw, it would be super, super helpful. Because it's going to be really wet. Rain's coming in this afternoon. I said probably start around 2. But we got rain coming in this afternoon. And it's really going to dump over the next few days. And the hay is going to, protect. It's going to protect the ground. It's going to protect the park. It's going to protect the plants. And it's just going to help with basic sanitation. Basic human shit. That's probably police cars coming, police SUV is probably coming out of East Precinct. I'll never be able to compete with Ian in concrete reporting in his almost 60 hours. I'll tell you that. It was friggin' impressive, Ian. We could have done Malcontent Media. I mean, we're Malcontent News. Could have done Malcontent Media. So what we're looking up here is just up the street at Pine, up at the East Precinct. Well, I guess the real short version is SPD, they put up post notifications 3 days ago. They're going to sweep the park. So SPD kind of circled the park in their police cruisers a couple of times at 7:35. I just have this over my head because I'm cold. SPD circled over there, over the park on the street around 7:35 a couple of times. And it's starting to feel like it's like, yeah, not today.
So you know what? I lived on this hill
for a long time. See all his gray hair?
Yeah.
This was a park that was named after the first gay.
Yes.
And you know what? I'm pissed about this park.
You want to talk about it, or?
Just who are you with?
I'm with Malcontent News. We're independent.
Yeah, I just am pissed about it. I'm pissed that they've taken and just ravaged my park. Just ravaged it. It's going to take millions of dollars to bring this park back with no conscience of the community. This is my community. I'm a lesbian. This is my fucking community. Get the fuck go. You're not going to be doing anything that makes any sense, you know? So you dig it up and put graffiti everywhere. I'm not against graffiti, but come on. Give me my park back. Give me my community back. I feel like they're colonizers.
It's an interesting perspective, especially when you use the word colonizers.
Yeah.
It's an interesting
perspective. I
perspective.
wanted you to be here. You didn't come and ask me if I wanted what was happening in my community. You just decided you'd park here. You know, it has nothing to do with Black Lives Matter. It has nothing to do with anything but people taking up my park. I want them to go.
What about the unhomed?
The unhomed, we are trying to get better services for it, and I know it's a complicated situation.
Yep.
But this is not about that. I don't think.
Okay.
So.
What do you think it's about then?
I think it's about occupying a park. I mean, we have people who have shelter issues all over the city. Then let's talk about doing that rather than tearing up a park. I mean, everywhere. So let's talk about how we can do that in a humane way. But not graffitiing the park, tearing it up, making it so people don't even feel safe. I feel so sorry for the people who live along here. Like, damn.
Seattle and King County spend about $1 billion a year on addressing the homeless. And it doesn't seem to me, as somebody who's lived in this area for 20 years, that there's any, and I know you said that you've lived here, right? Right? Oh, yes. But I have gray hair too. So, to me, politics aside, right, my view of it aside, I just feel like $1 billion a year is being put in a barrel and burnt, because the problem to me
I agree. I don't
just seems to be getting worse and worse and worse.
I know. We just got to come at it. Is my face on there?
Top of your head.
Okay. You know, I just feel like we never came to the table, and I believe, like with Black Lives Matter, because I'm a member of Black Lives Matter, you know, like, you got to come to the table with everyone and come up with humane solutions. This is not a humane solution.
Well, I will say this, ministering to the unhomed in December in Seattle, in the rain and in the cold, and trying to deal with drug, alcohol, mental health, there is nothing humane about any of that. No. And I know they say that whenever a police cruiser comes out.
Oh, okay.
And another police cruiser coming out. And like, I know, like Omari, right, from Converge, they put a clip up from back in August where there was an activist that was there that, you know, was helping before one of the sweeps. They were begging the city, you know, like, we need resources.
Which only makes you realize that the goddamn city council that just hasn't agreed on anything. That pushed out people that want to do something. As far as I'm concerned, the city council never backed the mayor. Who was doing a fabulous job with COVID before everything else started, but never backed the mayor. So they can't work together about the citizenry of this city. That's their freaking job. This is what they should be talking about.
I agree with that.
They are I'm so angry about them. I would just like them all to just be replaced. And you can't do districting anymore. It has to be a council that stands for the whole city and listens to the citizens of the city.
Well, clearly the council doesn't listen. They don't care.
They don't give a shit. They're all about their own political motivations. And that leads to this.
Right.
And it leads to guys that are like all bit. And what's so interesting to me is, we are known as, this Capitol Hill has always been known as one of the gay community, LGBTQ. Are any of these fucking people LGBTQ? No.
Some of them are. Oh no, some of them definitely are.
Some of them are not.
Yeah.
I feel like they need to get a bunch of mad queens out here. Just say, look, you gotta get the fuck out. You gotta at least give us our park so that people feel safe again in the park.
Right.
And it's not about shelterless people not being people that you could be safe around, but it's about the garbage. It's about, the plain old sewage that's around.
Well, this is
the city council, i.e. Swan, don't even get me started on her, needs to really pay attention and listen to us.
So one of the things that's gone on up there, and I'm not, for people that maybe are just coming on the stream for the interview, we have pictures of this on Twitter. We've been explaining this on the feed, so I'm not calling out anything that we haven't already called out earlier. So the shelter house over there, as you know, over the summer, was being used as a mutual aid center and being used effectively as a mutual aid center, right? And Seattle Parks kept pushing them out. And then they put the fence and they welded up all the doors with the plate steel.
And then they found the dead people.
The person, right, they had the domestic violence incident.
Yeah.
That's what she's talking about, found the dead people. That isn't a shelter house. There was a domestic violence incident. The individual I'm sorry.
Can you explain it? I got it. I'm actually on my way.
Okay, I'm so sorry. But anyway, what's happened is they broke it into the shelter house to gain access to the bathrooms.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I'm frustrated with, had they never locked it up in the first place,
yeah,
they wouldn't be breaking into it because people would have been able to use the bathrooms.
Or if we had gotten the city to
address the
council,
problem in the first friggin' place.
How about some sandy cans? And how about, besides this the shelter issues around the city are huge. And with the pandemic going on, it's getting worse. So I can't blame the people who are here, but I want some movement from the goddamn city council that does nothing but bicker amongst themselves.
Right, and this is something, and I'll let you go, and I thank you so much for talking to us. And this is something that I bring up all the time. I think if we had somebody on the political left and the political right here and heard this last minute of conversation, I think they would all be in complete agreement, right?
It's your job.
Do your friggin' job.
Do your job, and we wouldn't be we really talk about, like I said, humane housing for people. If somebody doesn't want to be housed, okay, fine, so be it.
Yep.
But nobody really wants to say, yeah, I'd like to be in the cold and rain and not have a place to use the bathroom.
Right.
So, anyway.
Right.
Not my part.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Keep doing the news.
Thank you. I'll tell you, from a streaming point, it's been a great day today because it's just been a full day of right place at the right time and some great interviews. Hey everybody, I'm going to put something on blast. I'm going to put something on blast right now. And this doesn't have to do with Cal Anderson or CHOP. This has to do with something in my community. There's a restaurant, a beloved restaurant in Kirkland. And that restaurant does a lot to serve the community. And their owners, like all other restaurant owners, are really struggling. I just got a message out to me that the landlords of Casa Ricardo's in Kirkland have told the people that own Casa Ricardo they have 3 days to come up with $7,000 or they are going to evict them. And their business is going to be destroyed. So, do something. I'm in a position right now where it's like, okay, I can't fire up a GoFundMe or something, but gosh darn it, get this on blast, get the word out. This is a BIPOC-owned restaurant in a community. And we had a guest on our show, Nicaila Rice, and she's talked about this, and she has talked about, of all the East Side communities, Kirkland really seems to be genuinely trying to address their past and move forward and do better. And, the landlord is not the reflection of Casa Ricardo. And I get that the landlord You know, this is such a complicated problem. This ties into fucking Mitch McConnell and the CARES Act and not supporting our communities. Right?
They have money for the moms, but not for these people.
That's exactly right. There's a person here who's listening to me, right? They got money for corporate bailouts. They don't got money for small business or for us.
$12 billion they used to bail out, $12 trillion to bail out banks in 2008. They can't even give, $917 million for America.
Right.
That's not just for the money for everyone. This
Right.
is money
And a lot of that money goes to corporate, even in that $917 billion, a lot of that goes to corporate America.
only for one, because of one person it's been on hold.
Mitch McConnell.
We should be calling his office.
You should be calling his office, and that's a whole different issue. But Casa Ricardo's in Kirkland needs your help. This is a 911. And help at this point, if they need to raise $7,000 in 3 days, help at this point is not, well, I'm going to order dinner from Casa Ricardo's. I think what someone's going to have to do in the Kirkland sphere is set up a GoFundMe, reach out, do this. Before someone just arbitrarily sets up a GoFundMe, I'm like thinking about this dynamically in real time. Let me move away from here just because there's truck and traffic and I want people to hear me. Do this for me. At Casa Ricardo's a good restaurant, BIPOC owned, family owned. They got 3 days to come up with $7,000. We can make this happen. But before somebody goes, yes, let me go set up a GoFundMe, send me a PM. I'm going to leave here at 1. I'll be back by 2. I will connect you with the person that reached out to me on this, and we'll make this happen. We have a homeless crisis. We're showing it firsthand. The owners of Casa Ricardo are ready to lose their business in 3 days in Kirkland. Let's keep their friggin' doors open and let's keep a roof over their heads. It's time to piss or get off the pot. And what I mean by that is, if you're like, I should do something, well, here you go. Here's something you can do. So if you're in to set this up, I can connect you to the people, so then that way we can connect you with Casa Ricardo's, so that it's all legit, right? Because the one thing I don't want is like 3 or 4 competing GoFundMes. But if somebody's willing to take the mantle, I will connect you with everybody. We will make this happen. We will raise $7,000. We're going to save Casa Ricardo and Kirkland. Because there's a pandemic going on. We have to take care of each other. Because our friggin' government isn't taking care of us. With our friggin' dollars. Don't forget that. You just want a handout. It's our money. Like, I know I have people's attention right now. I know I have eyeballs. I know I have people watching, and I know I have people that's listening. Buying dinner tonight's not going to move the needle. All right, I'm off that soapbox. It's starting to rain. It came early. I should have brought the toque. Yeah! Oh! Did you get the best? I know people were putting it on blast, so thank you so much.
Of course.
I really appreciate it. And this will serve as a good forcing function to make me leave at 1 o'clock because the camera will probably be dead by then. That's a different airplane, and that one is flying at a higher altitude. There was the one that buzzed the park. That one was super low. That was like way below the helicopters. Hey, Jonathan, thanks for the Venmo. Much appreciated. We appreciate the support. We really, really do. Every little bit helps. Things have really like quieted down at this point. And now that and it's starting to rain, and I just don't believe that SPD will be coming today. Although one of the things I did realize is I will be able to get a couple of Rancho Bravo tamales for my drive back for lunch. I know there's food at home, Dr. and Mrs. Malcontent, but holy shit, Rancho Bravo, it's just right there. And they never have the meat-based tamale. Usually I'm there like just as they're closing, and they don't have the tamales that are meat-filled. And their vegetarian ones are good. It's just I'm a committed carnivore. Don't hold it against me. You know the Malcontent. He'll just eat it. Put it on a plate, he'll eat it. Tomorrow, we're going to be on this morning update with Omari, and we're going to be talking about the housing crisis, and then he's also just going to be talking to me about streaming and reporting on the news and our journey of citizen journalist, photographer, and somebody, by the way, that's the other. This was actually the whole fake press thing kind of died down because somebody on Twitter opened the door up for me. It was so perfect. They go, "You remember when the Malcontent, was a journalist in the area and was writing stories before, and how everybody was reading that stuff. It was meant as like all this snark that, it was not meant as complimentary. It was meant as snark in that, fake journalist. And they cracked open this door where I was able to go, well, actually, I was a syndicated outdoor adventure travel writer for 5 years, and it's not going to take a whole lot of Google searching to actually find that and find the content and, find the stories that I had written and quotes and books and yada, yada, yada. And like the whole fake press thing really died after that. I guess some people did some homework and went, oh, he really was a journalist in another life. And I've always been a writer. And I've always joked I would do this more. Just writing for corporate America pays a lot more money. But writing from a journalistic standpoint is way more rewarding. And it's a shame in our culture that generally the things that people like to do that bring them joy and bring them reward are not necessarily the things that pay a lot of money. And likewise, things that people do that are very quite necessary. I'm not saying that if you're some brilliant computer programmer who has their doctorate, in computer science or mathematics, that for the education that you got and for the big brain in your head that you are not deserving of the wage that you make. It's not the argument here. And I get that some people love writing code, and to some it brings satisfaction. But I've talked to a lot of people, who write code for a living, and they write code for a living because of the money. If they could do something else, they would stop writing code tomorrow. And the writing code is a means to the end for them to recreate. But in the end of the day, they're not doing the things that are happy for them. And I spent some time in the belly of the beast in a big corporation here, working like 14-hour days. Hey there, puppers! Hello! You can come say hello. Yeah! We got pupper. I know it's raining out. Oh, you're so friendly. Oh my goodness. Oh, you're just so sweet. You're like my Yoda. You're like, oh, I see something with 2 legs. You're potentially a friend.
Yeah, updated you guys on what's going on?
Nah, we don't think anything's going to happen today. That's kind of where everyone's at this point.
I don't think so either. I was here at 7 walking my dogs and, so I'm driving up and back. But it looks like everyone's inside of a standoff.
You know what? I think standoff, it's a standoff in the sense that I think it really just feels like they showed up this morning. It was like, yeah, okay, not today, right? Yeah. He's using the word standoff, and I think in some ways the word standoff's appropriate. The one thing, there is nobody here from SPD, right? There is like no literal a stalemate. Stalemate might be a better word.
Yes.
Right?
Perfect. Yeah.
It's kind of like on the chessboard where you go, ha, I have you in check, right? And then they moved one chess piece and go, ha, now I have you in check. And that's kind of where it's at. Okay. And I think both sides right now are staring hard at that chessboard.
Yeah.
Hello there, puppers.
I live right in the area, so we're living it every day, and it's just really tense. So it's kind of like, what's going to happen next?
So what are your thoughts about all this? I've had several people in the neighborhood come up and tell me their thoughts. Like, what are your...
As it happens, I spoke to Como yesterday when they were here. My thoughts are just that something has to be done. It's an extremely complex situation for all involved, including myself. We can't just sweep it without, things to be done beyond that. It's like you have to have a strategy beyond today.
Right.
You got to have outreach for the mental health, outreach for the addiction. You've got to get solutions moving and in a full frontal assault with those solutions, not just lip surface with them.
Right.
So I hope we can do all the set of things that are going to lead to a solution, because this isn't okay.
Yep.
At the end of the day.
Yep.
So for anybody, it's not good for them either.
Right. Well, we just had another conversation, and very similar sentiment was echoed, not word for word, but in the same vein.
Right.
Let me ask you this question, because I ask everybody that talks about this. City of Seattle, King County spends $1 billion a year addressing homelessness. That comes out to about $85,000 a person that is unhomed in the 2020.
Yep.
And I've lived in this area for 20 years. And the money is spent keeps going up, and the number of homeless keeps going up, and it doesn't seem we have anything to show for it.
No.
I mean, what's your view on that?
Well, I think we have a failure to really grapple with the core issues, and we keep attacking the fringe of it without actually getting down to the very, very meat of the problem. And this is decades in the making.
Yep.
The problem. So it's going to be hopefully not decades in the solving, but it's not going to happen overnight.
And that's another theme. A person that we interviewed, right, has been saying, they said since the 70s, this has been going and going and going.
Evolutionary path. It's going to take a turning of the boat, and an evolution beyond this moment in time to get to a better place for everybody. But we have to show the resolve to do it, to actually go out and begin that process. And that's what I don't see in our city leaders, is them actually going, okay, these are the concrete steps and the implementation plans that we have for this. And I like to, and so we'll see what happens. All this is driving me to consider going towards the city council myself, and maybe trying to run in the near future. So we'll see.
We'll see.
A good friend of mine used to be on the city council, Richard Conlon.
Okay.
And serving this district. So it's something to see where we're all going to end up. I hope the community can rise up together and come up with thoughtful, appropriate solutions. But at the same time, you can't just let anarchy rule.
Yep.
That's not the answer for anybody. So
Well, it certainly brought attention to the issue. What I find very interesting, we've talked to 3 people. I would say all 3 are from different political stripes. You're probably in the center of the 3 people we've talked to.
Yep.
You all spoke in different languages, but you all said the exact same thing.
So there's where we come together.
Well, and I've said this many times, I think that there is a lot of commonality. This is the analogy I use. I think everybody's looking at a sick patient, and they agree on the symptoms. They agree for the most part on what the disease is. Where the agreement falls apart is when we talk about the cure. That's where the agreement falls apart.
Yep, agreed. And you know, it has to have all the prongs. You can't say law enforcement has no place. You know, you can't say that outreach doesn't have a place. You know, housing, all of it. It's all of these things have to come to coalesce in an appropriate and you know, intentional way. You have to go intentionally towards the problem with thoughtful solutions.
Right, or it's never going to be resolved.
Right. And I'm definitely in the middle. I think that's a good characterization. I think you need compassion. You need to right some of the racial wrongs. There's a lot of things balled up in this, but you also have to not let, you know, anarchy rule.
Yep.
You know, that's not going to work either.
Yeah.
So, you know,
All right.
we're a society of laws.
I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're going to wrap it up, and I think I'm going to get me some tamales.
Yes. Excellent.
All right. We're pushing the 1 o'clock hour. I just don't see them coming at this point. Things have gotten really quiet. So let's recap. I got here about 6:45. We started in the morning. We started streaming at about 7:35 when SPD first showed up. SPD kind of circled the park. They blooped their sirens a couple of times. They had their lights on, and then they left, and they haven't come back. There hasn't been any reports of, oh, they're staged here, they're staged there. We're getting to the 1 o'clock hour. I've said if they're not here by 2, I just don't see it happening today because it'll be dark by 4:15. And we've put a call out on mutual aid that if you want to help from a mutual aid standpoint, what you could do there is over at 11th on the east side of Cal Anderson, across the street from the Lutheran Church is where mutual aid is at. They could use straw or hay to help with mud control and to help protect the surface of the park. They could use suitcases, duffel bags, backpacks, even heavy-duty contractor bags. Those are things that will help people, if the police come, pack up their belongings and not have it end up in a trash dumpster. They could use, what's up? They could use hand warmers, dry socks, clean blankets, feminine hygiene products, and just hygiene products. You know, like little toothbrush, little thing of toothpaste, deodorant, dry shampoo, hand sanitizer. These are the things that are needed. So we're wrapping things up. I always do a shameless plug for Rancho Bravo. Dirty Dog is closed. Otherwise, I do a shameless plug for Dirty Dog. And I don't have time for Sojiamu. That's a Korean restaurant on 12th. That is just nuts. It's so friggin' good. And if I had the time, I would go eat there. Because I know they're really struggling. And then the last thing is, I'm putting this out on blast. Casa Ricardo in Kirkland today, family-owned Mexican restaurant, BIPOC owned, was told by their landlords they got 3 days to pay $7,000 or they're going to get evicted. We can do a lot. if we just come together. And I've given you tons of ways that you can help out. And as I said, one thing with with Casa Ricardo, buying dinner there tonight, because I got to come up with $7,000 in 3 days. Buying dinner there tonight's not going to move the needle. Not when they have that kind of need. And I know it's like you should go to Casa Ricardo's, but I'm right here at Rancho Bravo. And Rancho Bravo is also not in Kirkland. Rancho Bravo's up on Capitol Hill, and Rancho Bravo has the best tamales in Seattle, by far. I lived in Houston for 8 years. Their tamales are legit. Totally legit. I wish their hot sauce was hotter. They make it in-house. Sometimes you get a batch and it's like, ooh, this has a real attitude. But their tamales are super legit, and they're super good, and they're super cheap. All right. We're getting ready to end the stream here. The camera is covered in rain on the front, so I don't know how well you're seeing me. And with that, really just what